And we are live. Sorry for the sudden transition there. I was not prepared enough ahead, as per always. Really excited for the guest that we have today. Quick sound check, everybody. Or Matt, intro yourself quick, and we'll use that as the sound check.
Sounds good. My name is Matt. I am a TypeScript wizard. I am a developer advocate at Stately for the next 10 days. And then I'm on a secret mission after that to improve TypeScript in the world and improve your learning of it. So welcome, everybody.
So excited to have you here. I still remember the first time you were referenced. I think it was Tanner, not positive, but I went to your bio and immediately saw the quote that will haunt you forever, the Ronnie Mullen of TypeScript. I want to talk a bit about how you got that quote and what your understanding of it is so I can agree
Sure.
and or fill in the missing gaps.
Sounds good. I know Rodney Mullen from Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 or something, and I was being helpful on the internet. Like solving someone's Twitter problems. That person happened to be Wes Boss, and he quote tweeted my reply with the Rodney Mullen of TypeScript. I thought, okay, that's kind of a cool thing to say about someone, and so I put it in my bio. And suddenly, that is how everyone knows me. I'm the Rodney Mullen of TypeScript. I watch some Rodney Mullen stuff on YouTube to kind of get myself up to date, and so I understood what is this dude all about. But I still don't think I get it. So could you please, the dev skater doyen, do your thing?
Of course. So, the most important thing to know about Mullen is that most of what we call skateboarding now was invented by him originally.
Mm-hmm.
He was a kid in his barn in Florida playing with a skateboard in the backyard, looking at magazines that he would get once a year, teaching himself in complete isolation what a skateboard is and how it works. From there, he is just like, again, as a 10-year-old kid, was playing with this board in his backyard and in his barn 4 miles away from any other humans, and realized if he kicks the tail really hard and jumps, he can get the board to come up underneath him. One time when he did that, he didn't like how it felt, so he tried to kick the board away and did a perfect flip and landed on the ground right in front of him. And his thought there was, it's taunting me. I can land on that. And at that point, as an 11 or 12-year-old kid, he landed the first ever kickflip.
Wow.
He then went to a skate contest for the first time, assuming everyone else has figured this out. If I just played in my backyard and did this, clearly everybody else is doing it, just to win and sweep the contest, doing this thing called the magic flip, because nobody understood how he could jump and flip the board without anything touching the ground or being underneath the board. And it was that magical feeling of his innovative nature that made him stand out so much. It's the magic of his creations that in retrospect are very simple. He kicked the tail and jumped, but his ability to figure those things out is super inspiring. And even now he does TED Talks where he compares Linux to skateboarding and how that experimentation makes this all possible. And if Wes specifically referenced Ronnie Mullen talking to you, I think that's what he's touching on is the brain dead. Oh,
No way.
that's how you do it.
I'm going to remove that from my bio because there's no way I'm going to live up to that. You know what I mean? That's crazy. He's like the Bobby Fischer of skateboarding, basically. Just figuring stuff out on his own. What on earth? Okay, no, I'm just going to tab over and remove it.
Come on,
That's
I
so
love
scary.
it. You didn't say it has to stay, but I was very excited because Ronnie Mullen is my all-time favorite skateboarder, one of my favorite human beings, and I've taken a lot of my approach from him. I got into code the same way I got into skateboarding, by hitting the ground, being wrong, and getting back up over and over and over again. And I think that's a lot about why I love TypeScript. But I'd love to hear more about you, how you got into dev, and specifically how you got into TypeScript. So tell us the story.
Yeah, so my story's quite a weird one, which is I used to be a voice coach, public speaking coach, accent coach. I did a drama degree. I was a singing teacher, and then I went into it, and I was doing that for about 6 years. While I was doing it, I was living in London, and I really didn't like London at all. And I wanted a way to get out of London, which is odd. So my way of doing it was I decided to learn how to be a developer. And I had been sort of playing with JavaScript for 2 years at that point, making little applications for my students and that sort of thing. And I decided, okay, I'll just try this. I'll just basically quit my job and go full time and see what happens. And that was about 5 years ago. Um, so I've been playing with Java. I've known about JavaScript for 10 years, like been playing with it for 7 years. And it was in my second job where I realized, oh no, this is really hard, because we were having so many issues on this incredibly complicated client project for a big automotive company that it was all about data flowing in from a backend that we didn't control. And this was like GraphQL was a thing, but we weren't using it. We were just using REST. The backend was like in .NET. And the data structure kept changing because they were building the back end at the same time we were building the front end. And so the shape of the data kept changing. We were working with these very good Portuguese devs who were basically a little bit sloppy sometimes with the property names. So sometimes they would be in camel case, sometimes they would be in Pascal case. And that kept changing through our app. And we kept flowing these all the way through these components. And we thought, there must be a better way than this. This is awful. And we landed on TypeScript, because what that meant was we can build these contracts and interfaces with TypeScript. And then the 3-hour refactors, when they changed a property name, would literally just be 2 seconds, and it saved us just a ton of time. It meant that we went from being behind the backend team to being actually way ahead of them, like way, way, way ahead of them, to the point where a couple of front-end devs actually got moved off the project. So from there, it like exploded in my mind. And I think the first bit of TypeScript I ever wrote was a complicated generic table component. I wanted to improve the IDE experiences. I wanted to see the autocomplete. And we needed a generic table component that would take in all these different data types and spit out a table that looked good. So yeah, my first experience of it was just love and awe and immediate impact. And since then, it's just been in fact, after that, a couple of jobs later, I joined the XState core team. And XState, if you don't know, is a wonderful library for building state machines and state charts. And that's a very, very complicated TypeScript library. And I was on the core team I'm still on the core team. So that has been pretty exciting, dealing with the complicated library types as well as the sort of less complicated application types.
Really exciting stuff. I love how you still got that into TypeScript while specifically getting into like the hardest parts. Something I talk about as much as I can is how TypeScript as a user-facing dev is life-changing in the most positive way, where for me as a developer, it is effectively an error layer on top of JavaScript that lets me know when I'm doing things wrong. Some of the most complex files in my code base don't have a single type definition in them because it's all inferred from the hard work that you do, that Alex does with TRPC, that Prisma does with the chaos in their code gen stuff. But those things result in me as a developer not feeling TypeScript so much as TypeScript guiding me to the best path forward. I think that some of the hardest things, though, is that that works so well for us because we've shifted the burden off of the user-facing devs onto the library maintainers, the people building things like table libraries, state management libraries, the chaos that is TRPC. I love that despite getting into those hard things first, you didn't like TypeScript less. You actually seem to like it more. And I'd love to hear more about how you think the specific way you got into TypeScript helped and hurt your relationship with it in that way.
Yeah, so I immediately went into it feeling warm and feeling gratitude towards it, because it had saved us time. It meant that my job had turned from stressful into completely relaxed, like ridiculously relaxed. And I then became the TypeScript guy in my company. And we talk a lot about kind of like library types versus application types. But really, we're talking about people that sort of know the more complicated bits of TypeScript and people who don't. And that sort of burden shifting, it doesn't just happen between applications and libraries. It actually happens within teams as well. So there's usually just a couple of people, or maybe usually one person who is like the designated wizard who people go to get unblocked, who is essentially like a DX person inside their own team, who can solve the complicated TypeScript types. I've forgotten your original question, but I enjoyed what I said so much that I just carried on.
That was a much better answer than what I specifically asked. I was asking about how the problems you were solving affected your relationship and where you ended up with TypeScript. But I really like that
Mm.
framing of how it almost felt necessary that one person became a TypeScript wizard. I will say that it's been interesting at like Ping. I am probably the closest thing that we have to a TypeScript wizard, and I wouldn't consider myself that. I'm application TypeScript land. I am bad at TypeScript. I'm good enough at JavaScript that TypeScript helps me. And I personally think we're getting close to a point where you don't need a TypeScript wizard to deliver good application code. It feels like the work of people like Alex, like yourself, and all of these other maintainers have gotten us to a point where not having a TypeScript wizard only hurts when we're building our own UI component library. And there it hurts a lot, but
Yeah, I think like there's a bit of a knowledge gap. There's stuff that is hard, or people think is hard, is relatively simple, and I think the way that it's taught tends to prioritize the more complicated, more less ergonomic stuff, and makes you do more work when you don't need to. Like, it's fine to have NEs in your code base. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay, but it's also like fantastic if you can get this wonderful inference and design APIs that are designed not to be annotated. So I think, yeah, there is a knowledge gap there, and there's a gap between application and library TypeScript, but it's not as far as you think it is. Kind of people like see those open and close brackets and stuff, and like the generic syntax, and they just go, holy crap, this isn't for me. Whereas if you take just like 2 days, whatever, and just study it, or a couple of evenings, or you just look at some stuff, you realize, okay, a generic syntax, wherever you see that, it means the same thing everywhere. Like, there's not that many things that TypeScript can do. There's not that many syntaxes. And when you learn them all, there's like, I don't know, 12, 14 or whatever, you can start to read some of this stuff and start to understand it.
Interesting. I'm at the point where I can kind of read some of it, but I'm not at the point where I can put the generic in the right place in an arrow function within the first 3 tries.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I've got so many ideas about how to improve this. Like, one of my favorite ideas, I've been working a lot with ASTs for my job, actually, for Stately, because we build like a visual editor. So you can sort of like drag and drop some cool stuff around, and then it changes your code. One thing that I'd love to do is, because you like the TypeScript AST, all the information for how to understand it is in there. If like the syntax highlighting for TypeScript were better, or there was something that helped you there, I feel like people would just get it a lot easier, So yeah, I've had some ideas around that, like a sort of explainer for these complex types. But when you get it, you get it. Like it does go in there. But I don't know. How do you want to structure this? Because we could like dive into some code. We could do like answer questions from chat. Like, oh man.
Generally, I try to
not teacher mode.
I try to not dive into code when I have guests. I find that that's overdone and not the best content. And I really like talking about code, especially with people like you. And I've watched a bunch of your previous stuff, and it's awesome having you like go live with others and show this stuff off in an editor. But I really want this to be the opportunity to talk about the meta of it and how we got there. This is actually a really good opportunity to pivot to a topic I didn't put in our list, but I really wanted your thoughts on, especially now that you're more focused on the education stuff. One of my hot takes for a while, to go back to like the application TypeScript versus like DXE, like deeper generic TypeScript, is that when you Google search getting started with TypeScript, it doesn't do a good enough job of distinguishing between those two. And a lot of people who are picking TypeScript as one of their first programming languages end up deep in generic land when they should be writing a mostly JS app that has type errors. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on this, and in particular, what your goals are with your education material in terms of helping beginner devs get started with JavaScript with type safety versus helping developers better understand these complex parts of TypeScript.
Yeah, so there's 2 questions there, which is like, how do JS developers learn TypeScript, and how do new developers learn TypeScript? Like, if you can, I'm more focused on teaching JS developers how to learn TypeScript better. And like, but there will come a time, and it probably will be soon, where you'll need a course that takes you from not being able to code to being able to code in TypeScript. Like, that journey will need to be there. And you're right, like the getting started stuff, like the TypeScript handbook in particular, is beautifully written. Like, it's a wonderful document, and I think people can learn a lot from how it's structured. But it doesn't talk about integration. at all. It doesn't talk about how you take that and stick it in an application. It doesn't talk about how you build a Node app with that. And that's like where I see myself making an impact, which is basically, instead of teaching it in a more academic way, you get to build examples, you get to build things and build your intuition and your ability to understand the compiler. I think is like really, really key, and understand what TypeScript is doing. Because when TypeScript is in your project, it's like another dev in your project, and that dev has motives of its own, and it has different ways of understanding things than you, and you need to be able to get inside its head. And you can do that, but a lot of people don't know that you can hover over something in VS Code and see the types. They don't know that you can like query certain things in certain ways and go to find in definition. And in order to understand TypeScript, you need to understand your IDE better, along with understanding the compiler better. So yeah, you're right. Like it doesn't feel very, it's like the curse of knowledge for us, right? Because we know about TypeScript, but I'd love to know what like a learning TypeScript feels like, especially if you're new to development.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very underserved hole right now, and I complain about this a lot. Like all the getting started with programming with web tech stuff tends to be very focused on JavaScript in particular, which sucks because I don't personally believe JavaScript is better than TypeScript for getting started. I just think that the materials have forced that. Where if we didn't have, how do I put it? If you took any of the current really good getting started with JS tutorials and just rewrote it in TypeScript and added a few little callouts that are like, hey, if you see this error, like that's because TypeScript's checking for you, that we could do some really compelling materials.
Yep.
I'm curious if you've seen any particularly good education materials for starters, and if not, what you think that could look like.
I think a lot of what I feel is underpowered about the JS learning experience, especially from scratch, is that your IDE is kind of hamstrung. It doesn't have all the abilities that you have in TypeScript to do all of the magic and all of the autocomplete. You get a little bit of it, but only because TypeScript is helping you in the background. But actually being able to learn this stuff and get people, the thing I love about TypeScript is that you can learn an API just by auto-completing your way there, and that is a magical experience to learn for a beginner. It makes you feel a lot more confident. It gives you a sense of what is possible in a language, and that's present in other languages. It's present in I don't know, things like maybe
Java.
Python. It might be a good example. Java, yeah, where like you have more at your disposal in the IDE, and it's in general a more powerful experience. So I don't know that many good learning. I'm not a very good surveyor of the beginner's landscape. I'm currently more focused on kind of advanced TypeScript users and people like yourself who want to get better at the magic sort of generic stuff. That's kind of my target market now. I probably will pivot to beginners at some point. And in fact, I'm thinking of extending my course to take in a lot of that beginner material, but it won't be a like learn dev through TypeScript. It will be learn TypeScript from a JS land,
Very interesting. So, do you think that learning JS first makes more sense on a fundamental level or due to the materials that currently exist? Like, if a new developer listening here had a friend that would like help them through TypeScript and be the perfect tutorial for them, do you think starting with TypeScript makes more sense than JS?
That's a really good question. I think it depends on how much you think you need to understand the outputs and how much trust you want to put in the abstraction. Because when you're learning, like a lot of what you need to learn is like investigating in the browser and seeing what's going on, really like your IDE when you first start is Chrome DevTools. It's not necessarily your code editor. I think though that we tend to distrust what beginners can figure out, and we tend to we tend to sort of do beginners a disservice, essentially, because I think that TypeScript can be as amazing a learning experience as JavaScript. You just need to kind of like By the way, how am I doing? Am I cutting out a little bit? I
Your
can
yeah,
see
your
my
internet
output
dipped
is
a
good.
tiny bit there. I just lowered your resolution to 480p and it seems to be better.
Cool. I'll go again. I think TypeScript can make a fantastic beginner learning experience. It's just that people haven't written those posts yet. People haven't done that yet. Just like with state machines, actually, when you get into the mindset of state machines, it's just the same as imperative code, And a lot of what my sort of thesis was at Stately is if we can make the tools more beginner friendly, then people learning to code will learn state machines and state charts first, and then they'll apply that learning to other stuff. And I think that it sort of works the same way with TypeScript.
Speaking of like education materials to make getting into TypeScript easier, somebody in chat just said that you would probably like the TypeScript error translator, which is funny.
I probably would like that. What is that? Yeah. Oh yeah, it's something I built. Yeah, this is another effort of mine to try and make TypeScript easier, especially for beginners actually to learn. Advanced people tend to know the errors well. It's a VS Code extension, which you can check out and have a play with. It's marvelous. And what it does is it takes the TypeScript compiler output and it just rewrites it in a friendly way.
This is yet another reminder I need to get Goldberg on the show. I went to school with him. We're old friends, and he's also particularly put a significant amount of effort into improving the experience around errors in TypeScript. And yeah, y'all have a lot of overlap in your goals and approach here, and it's really exciting because, like, I don't know if you know this about me. I got into TypeScript pretty late. I was doing Elixir and Golang video infra at Twitch for years before they decided to rewrite the Ember.js Ruby on Rails shit show in React and TypeScript for front end and Golang GraphQL for back end. And
Wow.
I didn't think I would like it. I actually went in specifically expecting to hate it, but I hated Golang more, so I decided to try it. I ended up falling in love with it surprisingly quickly. And a lot of that was efforts and materials created by you, by Josh, by so many other devs making it more accessible. And this is what's getting me so excited about the more advanced materials is it feels like there's an assumption where beginner materials cover top to bottom, advanced materials get very specific, but it feels like what you're describing is a rejection of that dichotomy where you're going to make advanced tutorials that are wider, that discuss less like the very specific details of every TypeScript compiler part, more how those affect you as you build an application.
Well, the things that people think are advanced in TypeScript are really not that advanced. The things that people think are advanced are generics and generic syntax. They're not that advanced, really. Like all you need to do is understand the syntax and like learn where to put things. And so for me, it feels like creating beginner material because like the individual nuggets are relatively easy to teach and relatively easy to get started with. And so it doesn't feel like, because normal advanced stuff, it's like how to put together these 10 different things to make something, like the architectural decisions that went into doing this. Whereas TypeScript for me just feels like, here's some syntax, learn it, like it's a lot easier to teach.
That makes a ton of sense. I'm going to use the opportunity to pivot to the wider section of full stack type safety. We touched at the beginning a bit about how your front end team was able to leapfrog the back end team because of how TypeScript let you move faster and more safely. I'm curious, first off, what that relationship looked like. And more importantly, this will probably be the next question, is how that landscape is changing where the front end and back end relationship is more inherently type safe.
Yeah, I mean, I was really fighting for GraphQL then because it was the perfect use case for GraphQL. I watched your like rant on the difference between GraphQL and TRPC, which was a very good rant. You check it out on YouTube. And your argument was correct in that when you have a backend that you don't own talking to your front end, you should use GraphQL basically. And especially if that backend is going to be public facing and consumed by other front ends other than yours, you should definitely use GraphQL. When you own your backend, then you have the opportunity to do type safety over the wire, which is something that is relatively new. Like, I mean, maybe not relatively new actually, because I don't ever want to kind of like shit on prior art or anything like that, because at least it's relatively new in JavaScript and TypeScript world. It's definitely new in Node. So being able to like have the inference just work over the wire in your own full stack app is amazing, and it like changes the entire landscape of what you can do. Because if you're like in TRPC, if you're making your inputs into your backend functions, if you're validating them there, and you're just sort of returning, and you know what you're going to return, then you can like it just feels so good. And things like Remix are also doing that. Things like Next are also doing that.
Remix and Next aren't doing that. This is actually a thing we
Well,
complain about a lot.
Well, Remix is doing that because Colin, in this PR that I've been in for ages and keep getting notifications about, is making it happen. So they are doing that, I would say.
I'm going to do a light call out with a history lesson right now because there's important details. And I saw Alex in chat. Sorry for bringing this one out again, but there was a Twitter thread a long time ago where Kent subtweeted Alex and me saying that it's impossible to do full stack type safety because you don't own the wire. And we shrugged. We're like, if your front end and back end are tied really close, like, in Remix, you do own a lot of that wire. You do own the transformers on both sides. You can do full stack type safety. Kent fully disagreed. Alex said, wanna bet? Kent said, sure. Alex linked in the TRPC source code, to which Kent replied, you're using Zod, that's cheating.
So you're sort of using Zod, though. Like, this was so Ryan Florence, like early in that thread, maybe someone in chat can link that thread because it's really interesting read. Basically made that argument, which is you don't own the wire. But you sort of do own the wire. Practically, you do own the wire, right? Like, the only argument for when you don't own the wire is when there's like a catastrophic backend failure of some kind, or you have a deployment failure of some kind, which is like you don't own that anyway. Vercel owns that, or Netlify, or whoever you're deploying to. So I think, and there's a difference between between saying, okay, we can't control the inputs, or rather we want the input to be type safe, versus we want the output of or what gets sent to the front end to be type safe. Because you always want to validate your inputs, you know what I mean? Like, because these, especially in Remix or in Next as well, or any kind of REST framework, if your endpoints are exposed to the public, then they can be attacked. That's a vector. So you need runtime Zod validation at the start, but then when you actually just return that data to your front end, then you don't need to validate it. You don't need a Zod there as well. You don't need to validate the stuff coming from the back end because you control the back end. So like, yeah, I do get the argument a bit, but if you read that whole thread, then like Kent is convinced and Ryan is convinced, and that's all to do with Colin's great work. Actually, Colin was like a absolute monster in that thread.
Yeah, Colin definitely is good at like those initial pushes, like getting something from 0 to 1 and getting enough people on board to make it happen. Like, he did the initial commits that became TRPC that Alex has pushed as far as it has gone now. But like, that's Colin's way of doing things. He nudges, and when it doesn't work, he nudges a lot harder, and then all of a sudden the thing happens, and then he fucks off and does his thing somewhere else. It's really admirable, and I love that of him.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, Maple in chat just actually made a really good point. I don't know if you know Maple. They've been like Remix, TypeScript, web, full stack community for a while now. They wrote the original like gist of really good type defs for Remix if you wanted to run custom versions of the functions with type safety. They even went as far as asserting that you only returned types that were JSON serializable because there was no super JSON support in Remix at the time. And they pointed out that you could argue that this is a thing about confidence levels where we're using TypeScript as our source of truth because we're confident about the values running through our programs and the relationship between the two sides of that network boundary. If for other reasons you don't have that confidence, you can't make those bets. But if you do and you're willing to take the bet, something like TRPC can significantly decrease the burden on developers and even like on CPUs for the applications you're building.
Totally. It's about, confidence is the right word. I'm trying to think of a different word that has an I at the beginning of it, and I can't remember what it is. But it's about a sense of control over, you're basically willing to bet a lot that the information is going to be correct that's coming down, because you wrote that code, you deployed that code at the same time. Like, and most decisions we make as a developer are betting against the number of bugs that we think this is going to cause. How many bugs can you realistically think that's going to cause? Sure, if someone leaves their browser open for like a million years and tries to do something that your backend has been deployed like ages and ages ago, then it's going to fail. But it was going to fail anyway. So
Yeah, I think there are shortcuts to these problems that we don't acknowledge enough. Like the easy one is just spit out a version number when you reply with anything on the back end, and if it doesn't match, refresh the client. I do that more on like mobile apps than I do on web apps because stale clients are more common and more painful in mobile land. And as such, like I would very strictly on my mobile apps, if the backend returns a slightly different version number or different hash than the app expects, it forces you to upgrade the app bundle and it'll just reload the page that you're on. I think that if you're willing to eat those types of things, that over the wire type safety can reduce multiple dimensions of problems. Like if you kill version synchronization and don't think about version sync and let that be inherent to your process, a lot of these other categories of problems go away.
totally. And again, like TypeScript is good at that. It's good at removing categories of problems, and you can think of this whole idea is like, when should I validate what I'm receiving from these services? If you're talking to something external that you don't control, probably you should be validating what you're receiving in the clients. Like if you're talking to GitHub or something, like then probably you should be running some sort of check to make sure that the data you're getting is valid. Same if you're saving something in local storage or something, something that can change. And if you think about that, that is a seam in your application. That's like a point at which you are confident that the thing you're receiving is the thing. And the point of this end-to-end type safety and TRPC is that you can remove the seams, or remove one seam rather. You still got to check that the input into your mutations is correct. But that is a beautiful seam to remove because, oh my God, it makes everything flow. And it's a lovely, lovely piece of tech.
I don't want to distract too much from this topic, but I want to point out that there's a new package. I'll share this in the Twitch chat quick, so we're probably going to talk about this later, and y'all should stick around for it. I just got formal permission from Vercel, Lee in particular, shout out Lee, to be allowed to talk about this. There's a new package that Vercel Labs is working on, next-swr-endpoints, that lets you write an async query that runs on your backend. It takes two arguments. The first is a ZOD, or object validator, and the second is an async function, and it will run that on your backend and let you use it as a hook on your front end. It's very similar to what like TRPC offers, but much more minimal, coming from Vercel, Schniz in particular. Super exciting package. It seems like Vercel is now jumping on the type safety train a lot harder. Super excited about that. So we'll be talking about that after the show.
Nice. I mean, they've hired a ton of people that that indicate that they're moving that way. Like, yeah, if they're betting on type safety, then you're pretty sure that type safety is going to improve, like across the ecosystem.
Yeah, I am so excited. I think that is a good opportunity to pivot to one of my favorite questions, which is, I'll start with the framing. I pretty firmly believe that the testing tools and methodologies that we use now are very much built in a pre-TypeScript landscape and mindset. That a lot of these tools are built and a lot of these patterns are designed around checking things that, how do I put it? Checking things that TypeScript makes really hard to do. And I'm curious what your thoughts are on that, how testing fits in the modern web dev landscape, and how TypeScript can or maybe even should change the relationship that we as TypeScript devs have with tests.
I'd love for you to expand a little bit more on what patterns that you feel are sort of dangerous and like most interesting and weird that you think TypeScript just like removes from the conversation.
I used to write a lot of tests that were like, make sure if you hand this component a number instead of a string, that it does the right thing. Make sure you don't hand this thing a number instead of a string. Make sure that the return of this input is the correct format. Those types of things were very common in old jest land. And I still to this day feel like I see a few too many tests that should just be type defs.
Yeah, I can buy that. I think for me personally, I kind of have like quite a radical view on tests which is like kind of sponsored by my colleague Anderist, who's kind of another brilliant TypeScript wizard. I would say like several degrees more brilliant than me. He's even gone diving into like the TypeScript compiler and has made like 10, 15 different PRs to TypeScript. His attitude on testing, and I trust his opinion, is that you should always test from the outermost layer possible. If you have a unit that's testable, then you should be testing just that unit and nothing inside it. So if you think of a public API of like XState, what your users are going to be interacting with, then of course those are the outside methods and the things that are exported. This is basic stuff. But for a website, that is end-to-end. Like that's end-to-end testing. You're testing the browser only. So for me, testing means like doing things in the browser to ensure your app is working, and like also testing at these seams as well, right? So testing at like you can have integration tests where you're mocking network, blah, 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 blah. In terms of what TypeScript improves, then for me, then like that's not too much, right? Because I'm just sort of like checking that that the public API in the way that it's being used is supposed to be correct. It does like make a lot. It makes like designing libraries a lot easier because you don't have to write these stupid tests of like, if someone passes the wrong thing, then make sure we error in the correct way. We don't need those anymore because we can always assume that that people are using our stuff in the right way. And a lot of what we get in like the XState Discord and stuff is people saying, why doesn't this work in the way that I've written it? Well, the way you've written it is incorrect. Check the docs. And are you using TypeScript? Because TypeScript would show this error like way better. So what it feels like to me is that people can use public APIs with a lot more trust, and they can design APIs with a lot more trust. And a lot of the code that gets sent to browsers doesn't even need to be there anymore because you don't need to do so many of these runtime tests because you can have confidence that all your inputs are as you expect. So for me, it goes beyond testing. It's more about what kind of code are we writing now? We're writing code that we have a lot more trust in, that we're not being so defensive around. And the defensive stuff that we do have to write is usually stuff that TypeScript prompts us to do anyway because our abstractions are not as clean as we thought they were. So from a testing point of view, yeah, I'm focused more on the runtime code, I guess, because I'm more end-to-end test guy.
Interesting. Yeah, you're very much, as Primogen pointed out in chat, you're speaking my love language. I have never liked unit tests. I find that units are, if a unit feels like it needs to be tested, that unit's probably not small enough. And the integration of these units are where the complexity should live. Ideally, that should be as simple as possible too, but that's the point where testing makes so much more sense, at which point integration tests, end-to-end tests, like tests of how the things work are so much more valuable. We actually are keeping a tally at ping. Every time we run into an issue that a unit test theoretically could have caught, we're at like 2.5 so far.
Yeah. It's like we at Stately, we're building this visual editor. And one thing that we are doing now is we're doing sort of, I mean, what is a unit test? What is an integration test? We basically like, I guess my use case for them now is if you have something that you would consider an engine in your app, that where you have like a ton of complex logic inside of it, like that thing, if you think it would benefit you to test you as a unit, then you should be testing it as a unit, And so, but even those decisions I've made usually like end up feeling stupid when I have to refactor the thing and my test break, So usually just testing at the highest possible boundary has worked great for me and has felt pretty sensible. And so, yeah, TypeScript there, like I love having, type safety on my Cypress tests and my playwright test. It allows me to explore the API a lot better. But yeah, it's kind of more about the top level stuff.
Very interesting. I dig this framing a lot. I am running out of questions. This has been surprisingly smooth. Normally, my questions don't have such good, concise answers. I'm used to having to get into the weeds way more. I have one or two more, but I want to also open up the opportunity for chat. So y'all start asking your questions for Matt so we can chat more with him. The last one, or last two I had, we'll start with this one, is what are some of the most common mistakes you see TypeScript developers making and devs who are using TypeScript in general? Like what if you could change one thing that devs are doing wrong that you see a lot, what would it be?
I guess I'm going to take this answer as what's one thing that I could reframe in developers' mind, because I think that people do think a lot wrong about TypeScript, and they think in wrong ways. So I think one thing is that um, is readdress the way that you're considering any, because any usually means that you it doesn't mean that TypeScript is bad, or it doesn't mean that the developer is bad. It's more that they don't understand how they can possibly get the inference that they need at that call site. So that type annotation is a cry for help. And when someone is using any, it means that like it's not because they're stupid. It's because they just need to like get something done, and they don't understand how to get TypeScript there. And using any's or spotting any's coming up in your code base probably means that you need more generics, not less. You need better inference at those sites instead of just like stamping them out with any's. So usually it's a sign that an abstraction needs to change. And I would say don't be afraid to add an extra function just to make TypeScript happy. Because often, like for instance, identity functions, it's surprising how much gets like stripped out by the minifier. It's amazing what the minifier can do these days to just remove stuff that you're just putting there to make TypeScript happy. So yeah, I would say the more any's you have, invest more into what you consider to be TypeScript wizardry. And I think that's definitely something I would love to put right in a lot of people's minds.
I need to have a talk with you and Alex. I think that should probably be on stream. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen the source code for TRPC. There is a lot of any, and it's not because like any's easier so much as because any's easier for the compiler. And Alex has done a lot of stuff to make the TypeScript compiler faster. There was actually one point that you made in one of the talks I watched where you were discussing the differences between interface versus type and said that you usually lean towards type. There is a performance hit there on the compiler side. And I'm curious how much you think these are like considerations we should make in our day-to-day as devs on small projects versus how much of this applies to library maintainers who are making code where their libraries are going to be abused, and doing things right might result in doing things slower at the compiler level.
Yeah, let me answer, like, because there's one little thing in there that I'd love to address first, which is like the any's in TRPC, like it's if you have, let's say you have a function, right? You know the inputs of this function and you know the outputs of that function. Let's say that you have a really complicated generic signature at the top that has like, you're taking an object and then you're like taking in the literal keys of that object, blah, 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 doing some crazy manipulation. If inside that function you're struggling to get TypeScript to work, don't waste any time on it. Cast it as any. Like people like inside the actual functions that are type safe end to end, just do whatever the hell you want. If it's hard, just do it with any, because the consumers of that function don't care about what's inside the function. So you should feel free to just like pepper it with any's, as long as it's tested, of course. Like if you can verify the runtime behavior, like feel free to use that outlet. Like we use it a lot in Xstate as well. We even had to get a TS ignore, like which is usually stripped out by the declaration builder. We had to get that shipped into production in order to make sure that we could do something kind of funky, And you're right about the performance stuff. In terms of application code, it's not your job to be thinking about that. Absolutely not. Do not think about performance like at all. You don't need to care about it. And if you're getting PRs rejected because of performance, then like type performance, then stomp on that person, shout them down, be really mean. And otherwise, yeah, it's a big deal for library maintainers, definitely. Xstate is now included in like the benchmarks that TypeScript uses to see if it's like doing well or bad on its performance metrics, which is kind of crazy to me. So yeah, we have to be really careful, like that what we ship is performance in TypeScript. And I'm sure Alex has had many of these battles as well.
He's had so many. I loved that framing of TypeScript at the beginning and the end of your function. Whatever has to happen in the middle is whatever has to happen in the middle. And I think that's the mindset library maintainers have to be in. And it's why the difference is as stark as it is, because in application land, you're writing type safe code top to bottom, ideally. And it's not too hard to do that nowadays. I think we have two or three any's in our entire code base, and all of them are on window. Like, we
Yeah.
don't need it a whole lot due to the good definitions others created that have the any's within them.
Though if you are writing something that feels like it could belong in a library, it's like a utility helper, like a group by object or something, whatever, like you have some crazy data manipulation you need to do, there is always, often there is stuff you can do in application code that feels like library types, then just do any's. Any's is fine.
I compete in Advent of Code every year, and I do it fully type safe in Dino. My entire
Nice.
computer is going crazy right now. It wants to turn itself off to update my mouse. No, that is not happening, computer. Sorry. Yeah, we're getting a lot of awesome questions in chat, so I want to take the opportunity to ask some of these. The first one that stood out to me was about missing features in TypeScript. Specifically, what is like the number one missing feature in TS, like the thing that you wish you could have?
For application, I'm going to do two because why not? For application code side, there is a satisfies keyword, which I would love to see. What it means is you would have let's say you have like an object where you have a bunch of different roles and the actions that those roles can perform. So it's an object with like key of admin, super admin, whatever, and the roles are like an array. You want to guarantee that that matches a certain shape, but you also want full inference on what the members of that are. Then you can use like satisfies to like satisfy that it is a certain shape, but still get deep inference on the deep stuff. So that would be amazing because it solves a whole bunch of problems that you often run into when you're building like relatively complicated application code. For library code, it's all about partial inference on generics. We have to work around this a lot. The idea here is that when you have a generic function, you can parse it, like manually parse its stuff by putting stuff in the generic slots. As soon as you pass one item to it, then the rest of them don't get inferred. The rest of them fall back to their default values. Tanner actually called this out. I don't know if you've watched his talk yet. I saw on Twitter that you were.
Oh yeah, I did. I did that last week or Monday. It was a phenomenal talk.
Yeah, it's great. He like is screaming out for this because it would solve a ton of problems that he had. Also solve a lot of problems that we had as well. We had to work around this by like fudging the inference ourselves, by changing how users provide their types to us by using a type assertion. So there are PRs for both of these in TypeScript. And yeah, I would love to see them both merged.
Really exciting stuff. I don't see these PRs often enough, and I don't think these topics get anywhere near enough coverage. I feel like we as devs kind of treat TypeScript as done in a way where it's like, it is what it is. And if a cool new feature like nullish coalescence or optional chaining happens, nice. But we don't talk enough about the things that could change. So I really like having these convos. Even like I forgot the name of the feature, but there's a lot of desire for like file level like declaration types, so you can have config in all files in this directory always have the same type. And those types of changes would significantly expand the flexibility that library maintainers, framework authors, etc. have with the language. But it's like 2 levels removed from the conversation we're having, which is how do I get rid of this error in my application code? And the answer is the maintainers having problems, and the answer to that is TypeScript changing, which puts the convo too far away from what we normally talk about.
Yeah, that one in particular, the idea of file level type safety or file level inference, it would be so amazing for Next, it'd be amazing for Storybook, it'd be amazing for a whole bunch of stuff, Remix, like that. And like the better that inference can get, the better, like the way I usually interface with TypeScript changes is that they just sort of happen and I go, oh my God, I never knew I needed that. Like the string literal types that dropped in 4.1, like for Xstate, that's just massive. And like, I've used that a bunch of times. And like this, usually that stuff just drops and I go, wow, that's awesome. And I think that's because they're listening to a lot of different voices and most of them are not library maintainers of esoteric TypeScript libraries, you know?
Absolutely. Speaking of maintaining esoteric TS libs, Alex had a question.
Yeah.
Why can the impact of exporting or not exporting a type have a massive impact on TS performance? He had a build that took 5 minutes the other day when using TRPC 10 that should have taken 5 seconds, and it was hellish to debug.
I have no idea why that would happen. Absolutely no idea. I can ping Anderist. Anderist will know, but I have no idea why that has such a massive change. In terms of TypeScript performance, I'm definitely not the one to ask. I'm sort of most focused on education rather than like diving into the diagnostics. I'm not sure you'll see me making a PR to TypeScript, but like, yeah, that's crazy. That could have such an impact.
Yeah, I definitely, if you could get him in touch with the right people, he should have a direct circle with them at this point with how much he's pushing the language.
Like, Anderist would absolutely love to hear about that because he just like debugs TypeScript for fun, you know? So yeah, I would love to see his breakdown of your problem, definitely.
I'm into it. Really excited to make that intro. There's a question here. I like the idea, but not the wording, so I'm going to redo it. It's, do you see a future where a new language surpasses TypeScript, either by like taking what TypeScript does well and pushing it further, or compiling to JavaScript in a different way? Like, what is the future beyond TypeScript?
No idea. I mean, like if I think things like Rescript had like a little peak and seem to just be sort of simmering now, like Elm, you know, all of these like different, all of these things that were trying to do what TypeScript has done in a different way, which is basically like ignoring JavaScript, you know, or rather compiling to it. Like the reason TypeScript succeeded is that it just took the JavaScript ecosystem and ate it and made itself bigger, you know? So the fact that I don't think any other library, I mean, Flow could have done that, sure. But TypeScript did that. It also offered a best-in-class IDE experience to go along with it. And it was fast enough. It was faster than Flow, I think. I mean, like I tried both and TypeScript felt faster to me. Or rather, it was fast enough at the right time that it won. So, I mean, I don't want to predict the future really because I love the present. You know, like this, I'm pretty happy with where TypeScript is now, and it's like similar enough to JavaScript that again that I can recommend it as a new thing for devs to learn. And the fact that it's incrementally adoptable, like I wouldn't have used TypeScript in my job if it wasn't incrementally adoptable. If I was like, hey guys, let's rewrite all this in Elm, you know, like they would have laughed me out the door because there's no ecosystem or rather there's a smaller ecosystem. There's yeah, it just doesn't have all the cool stuff that TypeScript does. So I think talk of like a future beyond TypeScript is premature. Although usually new ideas come out and they're cool because they're premature. So we'll see.
What do you think will die first, React or TypeScript?
I don't know. That's like choosing between the Queen and Boris Johnson. You know, I can't do it. Like, yeah, we'll. Yeah, well, I mean, chat is spamming, but like,
I did not expect that strong a reaction from chat. I guess we got to do a poll.
Yeah, that was spicy. There's a video there. Yeah, Boris will not be around for long.
Yeah, I don't think that would be that immediately strong a reaction. Exciting. I will likely make content on that. Whoever said Angular, believe me, I wish, but sadly, Angular will never die.
Mm-hmm. I mean, React is going to go the jQuery way, you know, which is like the king falls slowly. You know, they don't just like die immediately. Like React is going to be pushing up huge numbers, supporting devs for a long, long time. So even I don't think there will be a point at when it dies. You know, has jQuery died? Sure, in the Twitter sphere, you know, it's a meme now, but it still makes a lot of devs puts food on a lot of devs' tables.
Totally agree. I don't think a lot of new code is starting with jQuery at its base, but there's absolutely a lot of people making livings working on jQuery. I do think we slightly over-index on like I think that both extremes are bad here and very common, where there's the extreme of jQuery so awful, but there's the other extreme of 90% of the top 10,000 websites have jQuery. But I don't necessarily believe 90% of the jobs do. The reason that a lot of that code is jQuery isn't because the devs are choosing jQuery so much as the devs aren't choosing anymore. There might not even be devs anymore. A lot of that 90% is code that was written 10 years ago that isn't being touched. So the jobs aren't there as much because the things aren't changing.
Mm-hmm. Yep, totally agree.
Good stuff. Is there anything we didn't get to that you wanted to talk about? Any important things, TypeScript land, web dev land, full stack shit posting?
Well, so I've got a course which you should check out. It's at mattpocock.com. It's like releasing at some point. I've got some announcements coming about it soon. I'm leaving my job at Stately to work on it at least for about a month or so full time. And yeah, I'm not going to go too crazy yet, but there's some cool stuff coming down the wire for it, definitely. But yeah, you should go and sign up there. You'll get all the information.
Really good stuff. Just spam the link in chat.
Sure
Make sure if you guys aren't following Matt already that you fix that. I'll go grab his Twitter link as well. So you have that too. Anywhere else they should follow you? YouTube, Twitch. What else should I spam?
Yeah, I've got a YouTube channel as well. I don't think it's got a very attractive URL though. I will have to change that. But yeah, find me on Twitter. And, DM me, like ask me any TypeScript questions you have. Like a ton of people ask about that. And yeah, I've got tons of questions for you, Theo. Like, depends how long you want to run for. Like,
I'm down. Let's do it.
Yeah, how long do you want to run for?
I'm gonna probably run for 2 to 3 hours after you're done. So I don't care. Like we have over 600 viewers across platforms right now. I'm gonna milk it. So I'm here as long as you want to be. Ask away.
Sounds good, pal. All right. Well, okay. I'm really interested in what you've built here, which is like a pretty cool community. And chat, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to turn the tables and start interviewing Theo a little bit, which is I've kind of like my story of how I've come to be Rodney Mullen of TypeScript, which was in March. I had like 3,000 Twitter followers or something, just from my sort of like ambient stuff that I was doing around Xdate. And then I started doing TypeScript videos. I did like 20 videos or something. And I went up to like 28,000 or something, or wherever I am now, 29,000 over the course of 4 months. So like that was insane for me. And I also have like a YouTube channel like from my like previous career, which is like all about accents. So you can watch me teach you how to do a New York accent or Liverpool accent or things like that. So I have experience doing that, but it wasn't very successful at the time. And just like the SEO of it sort of like propelled it to 25,000 subs or whatever. But the stuff you're doing with like your Discord is like super interesting to me. Twitch is super interesting to me. So like, what do you consider to be the coolest, most community-oriented, like what has given you the most momentum? What is your attitude towards this stuff? There's not really a question there, but
yeah,
I'm just like...
there's so much. I think that like the things I'm doing this for, the things that are the coolest, and the things that are working the best are like 3 different topics. I think that... You want number 1 first? Why I'm doing this?
Number 1. Cool. Let's do it. Number 1, 2, 3.
I'm doing this because I'm a fucking YouTube and Twitch degenerate. I've been watching... let me check my phone quick and see how many hours of YouTube I watch on just my phone a day. It's really disgusting. Like, horrifying. I am at activity... in the last 4 days, I've watched 18 hours of YouTube on my phone.
Damn, man.
I love this shit. I live for it. I just always have my phone in my background with an AirPod in playing something. And that's just how I am. And
yeah.
I started Ping because there were problems that weren't being solved for content creators, in particular collaborative content, which has always been one of my favorite types of content. Shows like this, where I can bring somebody cool on and talk about whatever in high quality and make good content out of it. I wanted that to be easier because I wanted to do things like that. So I built it. And then I started doing more content, both because I had the tools I needed to do it, and also because the content I was looking for didn't exist. I wanted to be frank, fill the hole that was missing when I quit Twitch and didn't have my front-end engineering Slack channel with 400 plus engineers that I respected and looked up to, where I could shitpost about all the crazy things going on in the web dev world. And when I lost that, and I loved YouTube and wanted to build more tools to make YouTube better, one of my primary goals was fill that hole I was feeling for myself. What I learned quickly was a lot of other people have that hole, either because they went from a big company to a small company, or because they don't know other developers. And that's one of the coolest things about my community and the like people who DM me more often than not. They aren't always super senior developers. Like, a lot of them are trying to get their first job. But if they've stuck around long enough to be part of the community, be part of these live streams, then the senior nature of what we talk about hasn't turned them off. And usually what that means is that that particular dev is more senior than their experience and their surroundings have let them know. And this community lets them have the more senior conversations that they can't, because they're the only dev in their city or the only dev that they know. And as a result of that, we've had everything from like helping people get their first jobs to 26, I think, people have contributed to Create T3 app now, which is nuts because that's like a very new project. 25 people, but that's insane. Wow. Half of them made their first open source contribution on a repo that now has 2,000 stars in 2 weeks. It's really cool seeing how just by creating a place that is high production quality, a place that is cared for, focused on, and built around more senior topics and advanced software stuff. Before this channel existed, I honestly feel like most of the well-produced content was very junior, and most of the senior content was very hard to watch. I love you, Ryan Carniato. Your stuff is awesome, but we need to get you off StreamYard. And I feel like that's very common, that the people who make the senior content are doing such without the same care for the production quality as somebody making a how to get started writing software creator.
It's an interesting angle, right? Because it makes more, I would say, business sense to focus on the larger audience who are the beginner audience, you know. But it seems like you're trying to capture and trying to focus on the type of person that you talk about there, which is someone who wants to have the more senior conversations. And it sounds like then, in terms of your Discord, like how involved are you in the Discord? Like what do you do? Do you run events? Like for us at the Stately team, we have a Discord. It's actually where we do our work chat as well. Like, and we're fairly hands off. You know, we let people sort of like answer questions themselves and focus on that. But what's your attitude?
My attitude is, give me 1 sec. I have to kick out my cat before he tears up my entire shelf.
No worries. I also have a cat down here as well. I would position my camera so that you can see him, but he's like, oh, he's got a little tear just rolling down his cheek.
Cat swap. Sorry.
Should we meet our cats? Let's do it.
I am very down. If you have a cat to introduce as well.
I do. In theory, I do. Let's see if I can catch him. Come on, son. Hello. He won't like this at all.
Oh, so fluffy. Oh my gosh.
He's very extremely fluffy.
Oh.
Goodbye. Hello.
Yeah, Murphy's very used to being used for content.
Nice.
Oh, and I got him stuck in my headphones for a sec there. Anyways, sorry, bud. You're good. You can hang out. So, the Discord. I dragged my feet so long on making a Discord server for my content stuff. The problem was people kept coming to the Ping Discord for like the company, thinking it was my Discord and asking programming questions there. So I begrudgingly made the Discord server so the YouTube people, the Twitch people, and the community that was forming had a place to hang out. It's pretty chill, I would say, overall. I've done like 1 or 2 events. It's very ad hoc, though. If I'm planning something in advance in the Discord, I talk about it and plan it on stream. And then like 2 or 3 days later, we hop in the Discord and have a call. And even that, I'm not doing as much as I would like to. But that's more because it's not as aligned with my goals. Like, goal 1 was fill the hole I had of not having a place to talk about, vent about, and discuss more interesting, more senior content, or more senior topics and new things going on in the software world. I have hit that goal out of the park. I have exactly what I'm looking for there. I have a couple channels in that Discord, especially the sub only channel. If you're not already subbed, fix that. The sub only channel in the Discord, I just vent about whatever the hell's going on. And it's so cool to have that place again where I have a bunch of devs I trust and look up to who also respect me, chatting about all these cool things. So with that goal handled, what are my other goals? Goal 2 is understanding the platforms that I am making content for. We're building a content company. Ping is all about enabling creators to make better and more successful content, to be better and more successful in their journeys. And a big part of understanding that is experiencing it myself. And I've learned so much. I've been advising random software dev companies on how to help their YouTube channel. Even Supabase yesterday, I helped them like rethink their YouTube strategy. I love doing stuff like that. I really want to make software dev content better, and through doing that, better understand what makes content better and work well on these different platforms. And I'm figuring it out because I got 11,000 subscribers on YouTube in the last 28 days when I was an 8,000 sub channel before. It's really awesome figuring these things out. My goal isn't necessarily growth or to be the biggest tech YouTuber. It actually kind of specifically isn't that. If I'm successful, I will never be the biggest because the biggest will always have a wider target. And the people targeting juniors will win because there's more of them. But I want to have as close to 100% saturation of my target market, which is people who like to talk about more senior dev topics. And if I can succeed there, then I can apply what I learned and help others do the same and use that to make our business more successful in solving creator problems.
That's so cool. It's so cool that you're focused on, it sounds like small incremental improvements and trying to just do what you're doing a little bit better. And that also that you're helping that and putting yourself in a position where you can help other people do that. Because I've definitely found that as a teacher, you tend to learn a lot more deeply about your subject matter and feel it a lot more and understand all of the nuances. I'd love to know kind of like the behavior of like a YouTube degenerate, which is what you are, and what I am as well, is like, you just look at the thing, you find a good thumbnail and you click the thing, you know what I mean? And you like look at your subscribe channel, you see what's coming up, you watch streams, you do blah, 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 blah. What is the behavior of a Discord user? Because for me, Discord is just like where my stately channel is. And I just look at that one channel. I have other stuff like that I've signed on to, whatever, like the Factorio channel or whatever, like a million years ago. What is the behavior that you're looking for there? Are you looking to be the one and only Discord, like the first Discord that person logs on and sees? Or have you just started it and like looked at it and thought, okay, I'll just see how it goes?
Very much more the latter. I'm picky with it. Like, I don't want to be the place that people go to ask their beginner React questions. If it becomes that, I will be very sad. I am much more focused on kind of like what I used to have from the Twitch Slack. I want a place where developers can have really interesting and deep conversations. Like the moment I specifically remember this moment because it was so cool. The Tailwind community manager showed up in my Discord to ask us questions about weird animation performance issues they were having on 3 different solutions to an animation problem. And it's like, you're the community manager for Tailwind, but you came here because this isn't a place where you're going to get bombarded with a bunch of like noob responses and stuff. It's a better place to have these conversations. And I loved that. That was the like, oh shit, I did it moment. I remember I was like at VidCon and I just like looked at my CTO. I was like, the Tailwind community maintainer is in my server asking questions about animation. Like, where did this go? Where did this happen? I suck at CSS. But it's so cool that like, that's the role of the community. And I would argue more concerned about preserving that than growing it further. Like, we're about to hit 2,000 members. If we cap there and it stops growing, but the types of conversations we're having now don't change, I'm totally happy. If we grow, but then become Reactiflux, that's a failure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the TypeScript Discord, for instance, it's just enormous, and it's basically around. It's hard to have a conversation in there, you know what I mean? It just becomes very loud, and so the sense of Yeah, the sense that you can just have a decent conversation somewhere is pretty exciting. And it sounds like you're not so much focused on like user behavior there as just like keeping the thing that you have going like
Absolutely.
good.
Yeah. I think one of like the more recent cool moments was, do you know about the history of Create T3 app at all? Because I think it's really a golden example of why I'm so happy with how the community's going. So
Go for it. Tell me.
for a long time, I've had people asking me for a template. Go make a template repo with all the tech that you like to use. And I don't want to do that. I will never do that because you shouldn't use all the tech I use because your problem is different from my problem. You should pick the pieces that work, ignore the ones that don't, and add additional things that make sense for your use case.
Hmm.
I hinted that I could see something like a CLI to initialize a project with questions that you're asked to install the specific technologies you need for your use case while encouraging the best practices that we believe in here could be super useful, like a create T3 app. And a couple developers stepped up. One in particular, early on, Code Stallion. He's a developer from Africa. He did some really cool stuff. He played with Create T3 app, got it pretty far, but ended up focusing on his grind to get a job at the time and succeeded. He's kicking butt. Nexel from India, actually, younger dev, only 17 if I recall. He took on the project as well and got it way further, way faster, and quickly had a CLI working that would bootstrap the right pieces. I was blown away with how far he got and how fast he got there. So I started signal boosting a bit, sharing it in the community, showing people that it was happening. All of a sudden, like, people were stepping up. There was like 6 or 7 community people working on it. I ended up using it to bootstrap a project when I was at VidCon because I needed to get an app up quick. And it was so smooth. It was the best experience I've had on my own stack. And it was crazy because I had nothing to do with any of it other than like tweeting about it once and sharing the link once in Discord. They encoded the philosophy we discuss here and the way that we build into an app for this in particular. And since then, it's blown up. There's 25 contributors. There's over 2,000 stars. And I think it's been downloaded like 6 or 7,000 times, which means that many apps have been initialized using Create T3 app. And it's so awesome. Like one of the dumb things I did is I made a channel in the Discord server just to talk about Create T3 app. And now that's one of the most productive channels where we're talking about the PR, we're talking about ideas, how to make starting applications better, and also reflecting on the fact that multiple companies are going to start using this tiny little CLI because this is one of the few tech stacks that will let you move faster early and scale infinitely. And it's so cool seeing how the community made that happen, not me at all. I had nothing to do with that project. And it's one of the coolest things that I've been involved in without doing it.
So cool. And the fact that that's just an emergent property of you having done all of this YouTube stuff, and done the Twitch stuff, I imagine it makes it feel kind of worthwhile, seeing people get a lot out of that experience and feeling camaraderie and like, yeah, that's so cool. Like
I've teared up once or twice, not gonna lie.
Yeah, man, so cool. I'm thinking like, for me, like there's nothing out there where there's like a community of advanced TypeScript users, of people who are solving like these library type issues. There's nowhere for them to go and chat, basically. Like it would be amazing to have something like that. Like chat, what do you think? Like would a TypeScript Discord where you're kind of just focused on the complicated TypeScript types, would that be useful? But it's like, I don't know how to even go about setting that up. Like it would be pretty crazy.
Do you see chat's reaction already? You have a
Oh my
lot
God,
of people
yes.
who want this. I don't think this should be a channel in my server. I think this should be your server.
Yeah. This does okay. I mean, yeah, that I would lurk. Yeah. This does seem pretty cool. I mean, yeah, I just don't know how to like set up something like that. I mean, I could.
We can do
learn
it.
How to set it
I'm
up.
sure Maple jumped on that real early. I'm sure they'd be very helpful as well. There's a lot of people here who are more than happy to help you start the first advanced
Jesus,
TypeScript discussion community.
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, I mean, like a spin-off from the real TypeScript repo where you just talk about advanced crazy stuff. Yeah, tweet me at Matt Pocock UK and we'll work something out. I love the idea of having a community where I'm not the head of it, like where it just sort of emerges by itself and something that maybe my content can help guide. So yeah, let's do it. And Maple, yeah, I recognize you from all the from the remix stuff, I think. And yeah, I've seen your name around a bunch. This is exciting.
Good stuff.
Wow, we've started something.
And this is why I love the community, though. Like, to go back to the first question of like, what am I doing this for? It's this. Like, as cool as it is that I'm blowing up on YouTube and I'm already making more revenue on YouTube than Primogen somehow. Thank you, all the YouTube Premium people who keep downloading my VODs. Y'all are the best. You're making me a ton of money, and I appreciate you immensely. Besides that, though, the longer term, like, almost like horizontal impact is so much cooler. I love that cooler things than what I'm doing are happening starting where I am. And that is incredible. And I honestly think that's one of the best values you can provide as a community leader. It isn't necessarily I'm the thought leader making all these things happen. It's I am creating the environment where these conversations can start.
Yep, totally. I think that seems like an amazing point for me to step off. I've now run out of water, which is like my source of voice. I'll start losing the golden voice in a minute now. But thank you so much for having me on. This has been really, really fun.
This has been absolutely awesome. By far, one of the best podcasts I've done, even just by the viewership and chat interaction, I can tell that this one's going to do well. I super appreciate you for coming on, especially considering how late it is for you. One quick shout out for Matt. Everybody in chat, make sure you're following him if you're not already. Be on the lookout for that new Discord. It'll hopefully be happening soon. Thank you again, Matt, so much for stopping by.
It's been awesome. Thanks, Theo. Thanks all.
Rad. What a show. That was so cool. Let me get my overlays up again quick. Alerts, chat. These are going to be a lot. I can already tell. Let me quickly DM him and just thank him once again. Rad. Thank you guys again so much. There's a ton of subs I need to shout out. I'm going to go through the list quick. Logan, Orangutan, Aman for the gift sub, Melboy Dev, Hello, T1000, Massmert, Default GN, and Dookie. Thank you all so much for the subs, resubs, gifts, everything, and generally for the support of the community. Y'all are the best. Means a ton. Also to the YouTube gifters. I saw two of you guys, Alexandros and Robert. Really appreciate y'all for the support. It helps so much. I know I talk about this a lot, but I'm actually not making a lot of money as a CEO. I am getting close to the point where I make more on YouTube and Twitch, which is very helpful and lets me like possibly buy a better camera soon, buy food and not have to like leave early to go cook and shit like that. So we really appreciate the subscriptions here. We really appreciate the support. We really appreciate on YouTube if you download the videos, if you're a premium YouTube user, especially the long ones. And if you have other creators you like, do that for them as well. It juices the algorithm because it counts as a full video view from start to finish. And that just prints money. So definitely do that. Super appreciate all of you. I also saw Knock, you mentioned earlier that you bought T3.new. We might have to chat. Yeah, that is a very good domain, and that is a very good domain we need to do some very good things with. So let's do that. What the fuck, Alejo? 50 gifts. 50 gifts. Even if y'all switch off of Flutter due to my shitposting, you might actually have overspent the difference there. God damn. You're the best. Thank you so much, Alejo. Everybody who just got gifted a sub, make sure you're in the Discord, t3.gg/discord, because you have access to the sub-only channel now. You just had your ticket paid by a very generous Alejo, and now y'all can shitpost in there and see all the cool things that I talk about that I can't talk about on Twitter there. You even gave Matt access through that, so that was huge. Legend. Thank you so much. And the regional Argentinian pricing, yeah, you and, God, I hate that I can't remember his name, but there was an awesome viewer who donated a ton from Iran. And the regional prices make those numbers look a lot better in the gift than they are otherwise. But yeah, Appreciate it immensely still. 50 gifts is insane at any price, even at like $1 a sub. That is still huge, and I appreciate y'all immensely. Thank you for the additional 5 gift subs, Coldwire, and Croucher. Oh, Croucher gifted the sub to Matt. Super appreciate that, man. Y'all are the best. Thank you guys so much. Also, somebody asked, how do you get to the Discord channel? Once you join Discord, you can link your Discord account to your Twitch in settings, and when those two are linked, you should automatically get access to that channel. Really appreciate y'all so much. The viewership is insane. Sadly, I can't see it because Twitch broke the dashboard again. You know what? I'll screen share this. It's funny. Game cap, window cap. Change this to this guy. So check this out. This is one of my favorite Twitch bugs. It always comes back. You might notice that I can't see the numbers on top here. The reason for that is the bottom currently has a black bar. Something caused this to shift up. And because of that, I can't read any of these things. Even when I refresh, it just shifts itself back up because of this thing on the bottom. Open and close DevTools fixes it. I have to use inline DevTools. I have mine popped out on Windows. I can pop it back in. I used to work on the dashboard. I fixed all these problems, and they keep coming back, and it's not my fault, and it's really sad. Here. Did that do it? That did it. Thank you for the pro tip. You just got to be a developer to use your Twitch dashboard. Who would have thought? I guess that Twitch really is pro developer after all. Anyways. How are you guys doing today? That was quite the show. I really enjoyed that podcast, and I am so excited to get that one up on YouTube. Yeah. Okay, I don't do this a lot, but there's a comment. I need to do a poll on this comment, actually. Let me switch back. Can I pop out this comment easily? I don't want to call out other comments. I just want to call out this one, so I'm going to scroll crop accordingly. So I'm going to do a quick chat poll. Wrong layer. I want to move this layer. This comment right here. I am so genuinely curious. I'm going to open my chat in another tab so I can start a poll. How fast do I talk? Kinda slow, just right. Too fast, TBH. Cool. I am so curious. I am very surprised by the amount of just right here. I'm going to be honest. I was expecting too fast because that has been the feedback I have gotten my entire life. And now, yeah, this is very validating. I appreciate this a lot. You're not a native speaker, but you still listen at 1.25. Interesting. Yeah, y'all are the live audience. You're going to be more used to my bullshit, so it makes sense that you guys are more tolerant. Yeah. Appreciate y'all immensely, and this feedback is heard. I will change nothing. Very useful. Good to know. Nothing needs to change. So, bunch of subs to thank again. Frapper, Cart Pusher, GigaChad, and Dylan Playa. Appreciate y'all immensely. 3 of you guys are using Primes, which is really cool. For those that don't know, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can link that to your Twitch at twitch.tv/Prime. And from there, you're able to get a free subscription every month, which you can give to me to have access to the tech channel. Not surprised Pedro's here. I owe him a reaction to one of his videos, actually. Surprised you haven't stopped by before, Pedro. Good to have you here. Yeah, we will react to your stuff soon, I promise. There's a lot going on. There's like a lot going on. Yeah, I saw Sean's message about my voice. I definitely think y'all are Stockholm Syndrome into it. My voice is awful, but y'all deal with it, which I really appreciate because it makes my life a lot easier that y'all listen to me talk and I don't have to be as insecure about how I sound anymore. So shout out all of you for that. Oh no, my laptop's half dead, which means we get to do half as much as usual. Get this guy plugged in. Time to change some titles so we can talk about some bun. I'm assuming that's what y'all want me to talk about now. I should do a poll. Actually, we'll ask first. What should I talk about other than bun so I can make a poll and we can put it in there? Say things other than bun so I can make a poll. There's other things going on in the dev world, I think. Usually, maybe. Is it really just bun? EdgeDB, I'm pulling people on. Oh yeah, the Vercel TRPC thing. Cool. Those are, we have good options here. What to talk about now? Vercel TRPC clone. Complain about MUI. Bun. Cool. Here's the poll. Let's see what y'all think. Can I switch to my screen share and have it work yet? I can have it half work. Let's get the other half working now. Fixing my screen share quick. I love when you guys are fighting over the two things of the four I want to talk about. It's very nice. I like that we're aligned in those ways. Main display, mirror. Aha. And now I can pick the right res and the right refresh rate. And there we go. Ta-da. It's like a tie between next-swr and bun right now. I dig that. Good stuff. Let's go change my titles quick. Update titles. Vercel bun. Vercel discovers Typescript. More. Cool. Titles updated. Let's do it. Looks like we're very slight. Nope. It's a tie. Y'all need to break that tie. Looks like Bun is taking a very, very slight lead. Where are we going to end up, boys? Bun wins. Cool. Bun first. Let's do it. So, what is bun? Not as easy a question as a lot of the what is questions that we have here. Bun is a new way to write, it's a new way to run your JavaScript, which means the bundler, the transpiler, the runtime, most of the system, basically, that we use. It replaces Babel, Webpack, Node, and a lot of other things. It's, in a lot of ways, comparable to Dino, but also isn't, because Dino's specific goal was to undo the bad DX decisions that Node made. Bun's focus is as close to complete Node compatibility as possible without the performance hit that a lot of Node's design decisions made. For all those reasons, Bun is very exciting because unlike Deno, it doesn't require us to rename or rebuild all of our code. Theoretically, there will be a future soon even where you could take your existing Next.js app, Bun install, Bun run, and have it work as expected. Super exciting stuff. Somebody asked why it was named Bun. I actually have a bit of inside info here. I think it's been shared publicly now. If not, cool. I'm leaking a not big deal. Jared named Bun after one of my good friend Kip's bunnies named Bundle, which is a really convenient name because Bun is a bundler and the name of the bunny happened to be Bundle. So Bun became the name of the project. So shout out Bundle. Shout out Jared and shout out Kip. Really cool project. Also, a ton more subs. Thank you guys a bunch. Burn, Visceral, Sack, SSAQ, never going to pronounce that right. Not even going to try. Akel, MB Miller, the Bean Squad, got your sub and then immediately gifted 5. Dope stuff. You could have done a tier 3, but instead wanted to help the community out and get them all their free tickets to the Discord. Really appreciate that, as well as doing less. Y'all are the best. Appreciate y'all immensely. Thank you so much for the support. Cool. So, what about Bun? How do we use it? What do we use it for? What are the, but more importantly, what are the wins? The big win is the performance. The numbers I have been seeing both myself and from others in Bun have been pretty nuts. Where's Windows? Great question. Who uses Windows for dev? Now it's written in Zig, not any other more common language. I think Zig can compile to Windows. I'm not sure though. I understand why Bun does not support Windows right now. It supports WSL, which is the actual development platform for Windows. So I'd probably use that. Why is that not text copyable? Interesting. Anyways, with Bun, you get insane performance using a lot of more traditional like web code. Like the basic HTTP server example here. I actually have this deployed, flydn.t3.gg. No? It's flybn. I'm dumb. The numbers I've been seeing on this are not as good as they were earlier, actually. Interesting. I guess others are going to it maybe? Because before, and I have all the old numbers here, I was consistently seeing like under 70, 80 millisecond response times. To be fair, this is in San Jose and I'm in San Francisco, so it's very close. But yeah, I am seeing some pretty good numbers here overall. To be fair, with Fly in particular, it's not a traditional like serverless function. It's much more a server itself. So I have a server running in San Jose that's sitting there waiting for requests. Bun is not edge ready just yet. But right now, this is, yeah, I think we're seeing these spikes because others are going to it now. I should probably have added some form of monitoring to confirm that. I'll do that in the future probably. But it's a decent enough test to see how fast a server running Bun can be. It's not a fair comparison to compare it to the other things on bencht3.gg because this is a server hosted in San Jose. This Lambda is a Lambda hosted in, I think, US West 2, which would put it in Oregon. Edge is going to be wherever. Cache is going to be wherever. These two are a little fairer comparisons, but they also run a web framework that's generating actual HTML through JavaScript. Whereas on here, if I just go to the GitHub, I didn't even put this in the performance test repo yet because it's different enough that I don't think it fits at the moment. Here's the Flybun repo. And you'll notice here, first off, there's no package JSON. We're not using any packages. We're not building any code. More importantly here, I'm not running a framework. I am returning a response with this HTML blob in it because I always wanted to see how quickly Bun can process HTTP times or like just process an HTTP request and get you HTML back. And it seems very fast. I've been pretty happy with it overall. That all said, what I need to do to test this better and more for the cases I'm interested in is, first off, get other things onto Fly's infra that I can test against. Get Astro, get Svelte, get Next onto Fly, ideally in the same like region, so I can compare between those. That'll be a much better way to test the impact of other frameworks. I should also spin up a Fastify project and an Express project to see how those compare. Ideally, I would get a basic Rust or Golang server too. I've been hearing that response times in Bun have been slightly better than Go, or not Go, but than Rust for HTTP stuff, which is very exciting, and I'd love to see improve that. So these are the things I want to do in server land. There's also serverless land, where I'm going to be worrying about automatic containers, Firecracker, Lambda, Edge, new like isolates in those environments. That's like the next Edge test, the Svelte and Astro Edge tests. I think Bun has a lot of promise in serverless, functional, and like Edge environments, and I'm very excited for that future. Sounds like a battle with Prime. I don't normally get to talk about JS performance in these bold of terms. Normally JavaScript is slow. This looks like it won't be. So very exciting. Very, very exciting stuff. I missed some subs. In particular, I missed a tier 3 from Bean Squad. T3 Club. Appreciate that immensely. Thank you so much for the tier 3. I need to make a like golden Theo emote for the people who do the tier 3 because y'all deserve more love. Might even make a separate tier 3 only channel in the Discord. Actually, I'm going to do that now. Why not? It's pretty easy to do. Discord. Opening it now. Oh, I forgot. I don't have the crazy thing that makes Discord faster on this computer. Mark, what's that named? I want to plug it. I always forget the name of it, which is a bad sign. Cool. New category. Edit category. Permissions. Private. Save. Move. Sub only in. And T3 club in here as well. And this one is only for tier 3s. Cool. So there's now a tier 3 only channel. I'm going to do something stupid. I'm going to turn on push notifications for it. So I will know when people message in there. Enjoy your private chat, guys. One more incentive to upgrade your sub. Also, Alejo, thank you for the upgrade. Really appreciate that. Keep just throwing the money my way. Y'all are the best. Also, Dan Dubs, Miru, and Doing Less. Appreciate y'all immensely. Doing Less, phenomenal name in particular. Cool. How much spicier will the takes be? To be determined. I just made the channel. I'll let you guys know when I do. So, what else is there to talk about with Bun? There are a lot of like interesting specific things that were optimized that are interesting. So, a lot of the runtime is still V8. It runs JavaScript as close to normal JavaScript as it can, as often as it should. But with certain things that JavaScript, and in particular Node, don't do fast, like WebSockets, readable streams, file reads and writes, SQLite, all of these things have been very focused on performance, where Node and V8 don't perform, and compatibility where they do. And the result of that is some really insane benchmarks. I should go to Jared's Twitter, honestly. Just going to go to media and look at some of his benches here. He also built a ton of awesome benchmarking tools into Bun, which is dope. I should probably have dug more into those and played with them. We're going to have him on the show soon to talk about all these things. So until then, I'll talk as much as I have the opportunity. Cool. This is just one example of the WebSocket performance in Bun. It is able to get, so I'm assuming that this, it's number of messages, yeah. It can send about twice the number of messages as Deno can in the same amount of time because it processes them so quickly. It's a bit more than Node still, like decent percentage gain there. I'm going to search for his SQLite stuff. So here is the speed of Bun doing SQLite queries. it's able to, in this heavy example, the select from order detail as arrays, can it takes 131 milliseconds per iteration. Better SQLite 3 for Node gets about 585 milliseconds per iteration, and the Deno query SQL, I guess it's an ORM. It's very minimal. The Deno one is 406 milliseconds per iteration, so it's like 2 to 4 times faster. Insane. If this was to be combined with the new SQLite distribution stuff that's going on, there are some pretty intense opportunities here to make a very performant API layer on top of SQLite. And this is just one of the small things that Jared sunk way too much time and effort into in Bun. There's a bunch of these little like, oh shit, this is better than any other solution in the space right now. Just a couple of those in there. There's also the speed of install. Does he detail this here? He doesn't. I know he talked about it in recent tweets. From Jared Sumner, install. Here. Here's another one of the small things he's excited about. The install speed for bun install versus yarn install versus npm install, when you already have the packages like installed and cached, even pnpm, the speed for bun was 25.4 milliseconds on average. Yarn was 563 milliseconds. NPM was 1.268 seconds. And PNPM was 1.342 seconds. The speed of these builds and installs is hilarious. Like, genuinely very funny how performant this is. Yeah. There's a lot of optimizations here to learn from. And I'm excited for Jared to share these things more because he has been deep, very, very deep in this world, making very cool things happen. And yeah, excited to have him on the show. How long before Bun is supported on Vercel? I know that Jared and Lee have some communication open. I don't know how far along that is. Definitely something I'm instigating and would like to see happen. But yeah, there's a couple of these like back-endy performance things that are really exciting that are happening. This like bun install and bun itself is not going to affect us as front-end devs too much, but as full stack and back-end JS devs, this is going to be nuts. This is going to help with like your build times, your CPU load, your hot module reloading times, your server deployment speeds. So many pieces of our experience get improved with things like this. This is also reminding me of one other exciting thing I got to use for the first time when I was deploying Bun last night. Who knows about Railway here? Quick, give me a fire emote if you know about Railway. Give me a frowny face if you don't. So we're going to teach you all about Railway right now. It is a very cool platform. No shame with the frowny faces. This is good for me to know who's used it and who hasn't, and who's familiar and who's not. So, the important detail about Railway is that it is the fastest way to spin up a server for pretty much anything. So, let's say I want a Postgres database. I click New. I click Postgres. And in just a moment, I have a new Postgres database. That's it. Here's the connection URL keyed out so I can copy it, but it doesn't show, so y'all don't see me leaking on stream. Huge shout out to whoever did that by default. I just didn't leak something. I very easily could have. Pretty sure that was for Oz. I'm just assuming. Great shit. We now have a DB that's ready to go. Let's say now we want to add a GitHub repo. We'll set up the Railway Bun repo I already made. This is a Docker image, by the way. And it looks like it is pretty close to done. Deploying now. It's already done building. Should be live any second now. And it's done. It's what, 15 seconds? If I go to my GitHub, I'll show you guys. This is not a like project that is total bullshit. Like this is an actual Docker file that just ran in like 10 seconds and deployed. And now if I click the generate domain button, now this has a URL. And it's up. That's it. We're done. Yeah, Railway is killing it right now. I wanted to show this off a bit. It's like the speed of deploying an image is nuts, but we can get faster. Here's a magic trick. Nix packs. This is the new thing Railway's been working on really hard lately. Watch how fast this redeploy is. I still don't believe it. It's done. That was it. We just redeployed. We built from scratch a brand new Docker image and deployed it in that time. That was what, 4 seconds? Insanity. Actual insanity. Oh, maybe that wasn't the one. I had builds that took 4 seconds yesterday when I was doing this. It is insane. Like, it's done. We're now up. We're on Nix packs instead. Actual insanity. I will go to their repo for this because this is a very new project. And funny enough, has less stars than Create T3 app, even though it is way more evolutionary. So Nix packs is a new way to build a Docker image that is significantly more performant. And yeah, I don't understand much about how it works because I barely even understand Docker. All I know is I clicked this button, not knowing what would happen. It built way faster, and it worked totally fine. It's Nix based, but you never touch the Nix, which is from what I have heard, everything about Great is Nix but the language, and this lets you not touch the language. So very exciting stuff. Super hyped for what Railway's working on. It feels like they are the obvious successor to Heroku in a way that's almost like humbling. People have been asking about pricing. I'm wondering if they just have slash pricing. Cool, they do. So for free every month you get half gig of RAM, a gig of disk, their community support, and $5 worth of usage. And the usage is pretty cheap. They have a little diagram here. You can increase, like, it shows you like a database uses about this much. Discord bot uses like that much. Open Graph Generator, growing, startup as a service. You can click these different options and see roughly like how much each of these things is going to cost you monthly. Super useful. Love what these guys are working on. Definitely check out what Railway's up to. Play with them a bit. Community's awesome. I've chatted with them a bunch. Even yesterday when I tried deploying on Railway and failed to. Funny enough, the reason why my Railway deployment failed, here's the commit that fixed my Railway deploy. I don't know how much of this was them versus like parsers and shit like that. I had to rename my Docker file to capital D lowercase Ocker file when it was all uppercase, just like an old pattern I picked up a while ago. It couldn't parse the all uppercase Docker file. So make sure your Docker file is uppercase D lowercase the rest, or you might have deployment issues. Yeah, for that to be my only issue is very amusing. So somebody linked a benchmark from Jake, of course. 239.94 seconds versus 3.66 seconds. It's, yeah. These things are going to make our experience building applications so much better. there's an opportunity right now to combine Nixpacks, Bun, and like an abstracted build system to make it so you push code on your computer and the new version of the app is up in under 20 seconds. Like we're there now. These tools will enable that level of snapping your fingers and deploying the new version of your app without compromising on performance. In fact, better performance. It's really cool. And I wanted to shout that out because it was one of the many things I ran into when I was trying to get Bun live on Railway, which it now is, as we can see here. So, very hyped on all the stuff going on there. People are asking about, are there details on how they do this magic? Not beyond the open source repo for it. But if you want to like dig through the source, feel free to do that. Oh shit, Melky raid. Thank you for the return raid, Melky. Really appreciate you. Fantastic to have you here. We're talking about crazy Bun and Nixpack performance stuff. It's been very exciting. I actually think you'll really enjoy the talk I did earlier, Melk, if you have a chance to watch that VOD later. Probably be YouTube upload as well. But we interviewed Matt Pocock from Stately and just generally like the TypeScript wizard, well known as the Ronnie Mullen of TypeScript. We had a great talk earlier, and I was really hyped on that one. So keep an eye out for that. Yeah, Bun is taking over JS Twitter. I've been talking to Jared forever now, and it's so rad having him succeed the way that he is with Bun. Like, it deserves this. He has been grinding like 20 hours a day entirely solo for about a year, maybe a bit more than that now. I've known about it for about a year now, and seeing him finally release it and get this level of excitement and response. And honestly, the coolest thing is nobody talking shit. I feel like with these big launches, even with Dino, there was a lot of shit talk, but with Bun, it doesn't feel like there's much of that. Very exciting stuff. Bunch of people, honestly, there's been more critique for Zig than for Bun through Bun being on Zig. Very exciting stuff. Also, thank you, James Craig, for the donation on YouTube, as well as the pile of subs that I missed. Bean Squad, Miru, Dan Dubs. Oh, wait, I got you guys. I didn't get Zmar, Recursion Monster upgrading to Tier 3, or Westkey upgrading to Tier 3. We got 3 Tier 3 upgrades. T3 Club. Really appreciate you guys so much. And yes, Maple, people are critiquing Zig because it's not Rust. I actually find it to be a surprisingly good compromise between what something like Golang does and saying, fuck it, do it your way, and what Rust does, which is compiler hell. I keep hearing that we're trending. We're climbing a bit. I'm a little disappointed because we have the most stars today of anything other than SMS Boom, and we're still getting pushed pretty low. We should be number 2. Especially when you consider how many stars we started with, we should probably honestly be number 1. We are number 1 in TypeScript last I checked. We are still number 1 in TypeScript. Cool. Let me get this tweet out quick, because that will be a good one for the SEO. Cool. Get that screenshot. Twitter. Number 1 trending TypeScript repo on GitHub. Cool. That tweet will probably do well. Anyways. Full screen, 2 different full screen commands. Annoying. Working on your first project with Create T3 app. Oh boy, please let us know how it goes. I think, actually, I'll ask this while y'all are here. This is probably the easiest place to do it. Poll. Should we make a separate Create T3 app support channel in Discord? The in Discord is implicit here. I've noticed like people who have support problems are struggling to figure out where to put them, especially if it's support related to create T3 app. And yeah, helping out there is super valuable where you can do it. How many viewers did you have, Jacob? Did you finish your stream up? Why are you here already? And did you have more viewers than Twitch or Twitch plus YouTube? And also, where was my raid, man? Disappointing. $90. Oh, good shit. Congrats. Fantastic, man. That's partner numbers. If you can break 75 for enough streams, that's how you get your partnership. Congrats. Still sad I didn't get my raid. That's fine, though. Melky more than made up for it with a 200 or so. Wow, we're at 555 viewers on Twitch right now. Nuts. Y'all are the best. Thank you guys so much. Looks like we need the T3 support channel. I will do more Discording quick. Create category, create T3 app. Move this guy up. Honestly, this should probably be higher. And I'm going to make a create T3 support. And I'll probably make a separate planning channel for like core maintainers so we can avoid the noise in the future. But for now, I think this is a good way to break things up a bit. Do I have any examples using tRPC with Remix? Not just yet. Yeah, I know that Maple has not necessarily played. Might not have been Maple. Somebody in the Remix community shared loaders that they made working with tRPC and Remix. It was pretty compelling stuff. There's a lot of reasons why you would want to use tRPC. From the syntactic sugar of the DX letting you easily drop a Zod validator into an async function into a mutation or a query. It's the quickest way to stub out a type-safe validated API endpoint, regardless of which web framework you're using. You would have to get the safety and consistency you get out of tRPC in Remix, you'd have to write some pretty heavy wrappers around their loader and action behaviors to recreate that. I've seen people trying. I think that there's a lot of opportunity to bridge that gap. And honestly, with the next SWC stuff, or SWR, no, it is SWR, yes. The next SWR stuff seems to be a little closer to an in-between there, where right now it feels like there is an unnecessary spectrum, where on one side, where's my button for this? Cool. On one side, we have having data live as close to the component as possible. And on the other side, we have data being accessed as safely as possible. I don't think these need to be two opposite sides of a spectrum. I think there's an opportunity to have data that lives close to your components that also is interacted with in a type-safe fashion. It's an unnecessary dichotomy that has been, to be frank, frustrating me for a while, that I feel like things like next-swr-endpoints are addressing. With that said, let's chat about next-swr-endpoints, because this is a very interesting new project that I was, funny enough, let's see if I can prove this live. I'd be really pumped if I can. I quadrupled the number of stars by sharing it earlier. Yep, I can prove it. I am the first star on this repo, and I am very proud of that, because it's one of the most promising things Vercel has worked on in a while, and I am super excited about what they're working on here. This project's goal, and I don't know if there's good enough examples here to like properly show off how cool it is, but I'll quickly show here. We have result equals use all people, takes this thing, you pass it. Honestly, I should probably just clone this and play with it. That'll be a much better example. CD sandbox, git clone. So in the example app, we have this guy, which is not typed correctly, which means that this isn't working. I guess it doesn't have the package installed. Yeah, does this have... Is this not linked correctly internally? This has a PNPM workspace. Oh, it's Turbo. Anybody more experienced with Vercel's new way of using it, PNPM in Turbo? This works. Nope, it can't resolve that path. Grr. I doubt it's turbo command. Let's just look at the script, see if there's anything in here that can help me. Nope. Cool. Yeah, it just is failing on that. I'm just assuming it's broken. Regardless, it's a brand new package, guys. Don't... I'm not going to switch over to anything. I'm not in the examples folder. It doesn't matter which folder you're running from with Turbo. I get why this happened. You've been there. It probably worked on their machine. And my guess is they have a global link of some form for next-swr-endpoints that allows this to resolve. That doesn't exist in the repo that was pushed. So that is my guess. Is the version numbers right on the sub package? This might be the problem. This might need to be 100. Nope. Cool. What else could it be? Change the version to star. That might do it, actually. Looking good. We have a winner. Good shit. Now let's see if the type safety works. It does. Kind of. Does .data... Okay, we're close. Let's see. Const stuff equals result.data. If we hover over this, stringer undefined. Cool. So if I now go here, this syntax might look familiar. Query comes from next-swr-endpoints, takes in a ZOD validator, and then some backend code. And theoretically, this all works as expected. I should be able to wrap this, say message, and get a type error here because this is .message. I change this to .message. We're now good. Yeah. That's full stack type safety. What I'm curious about, though, do I have to save the changes? Because this is one of the cool TRPC magic things where the changes have to be saved. Nope, it doesn't. Cool. I haven't saved this change yet. It still is now a string that we're getting back, and this is a type error because it's not on there. This is TRPC again. There's a very cool difference here that is worth noting, though. This isn't being served by a TRPC endpoint. This is a custom function, a custom hook defined using query. And this will now, at compiler time, create a new endpoint that we can call. So rather than in TRPC, which, do I have a create T3 app scaffolded? I'll make one quick. npx create t3 app. trpc demo, ts, and a to all. I really only need trpc. Cool. So here's the TRPC equivalent. In here we have server, which creates a router. We then have context, which in this case doesn't do much, but in the Prisma example, this will carry the Prisma client. In next auth, this will authenticate your session. But for now, we're just sharing the request and the response as context so other things have access to them. And here's an example router. This is the equivalent of what we were doing in the next SWR or SWR example. Dot query, this has a name, has an input type, and it has a resolve type. So if I change this from here, and rather than giving it an object, I just give it a string. Oh, that needs that. There we go. Then I should start getting a type error on the page where it's being served, because this guy expects dot greeting, which doesn't exist anymore. So this would have to be just data now. And if I again wrap this with message, this looks very similar. This works very similarly. But they are different in the sense that TRPC doesn't hide much from you while simplifying. The stuff that I'm seeing with next-swr is hiding some things, but not necessarily the wrong ones. I actually, funny enough, have been pushing Alex for a while to put just a query and just a React hook call to trpc.use query with the right example here. Just do this in the top of the docs so people see what, how do I put it? So people will see the difference in how simple queries are and how simple mutations are right at the top of the docs. Alex doesn't want to hide things. He wants the developers who use TRPC to understand it, understand what it does, and understand why they have the trpc.ts file in pages that imports the router and the context. Understand why you have to build your own util that creates the React hooks for TRPC. These pieces exist, so first off, we don't need a compiler step. These all exist in Appland. But more importantly, so that you don't have any piece you can't change, modify, understand. This is one of those like technical versus marketing type things where what TRPC is doing is the ultimate technical solution and does a great job of letting you have this magical full stack type safety thing without compromising on your own like ownership of your code. And I do genuinely love that about TRPC. I think it does a uniquely phenomenal job at having something that feels this revolutionary and changes how my average line of code is written without taking control away from me. What Vercel is working on takes away significantly more control, because what Vercel is working on doesn't give you control of the endpoint it's deployed on. It doesn't give you control of the transformers that occur before and after. It doesn't give you a layer to add context, to add middlewares, to cache by choice, to add custom headers, all the things that TRPC lets you do to make it a full API solution is not what this does. Hell, next-swr-endpoints doesn't even have mutations because SWR doesn't have mutations. So like if I wanted to have a function in TRPC like dot mutation add new friend, and this takes in input z dot object friend user ID z dot string, and then this has an async resolve with that input. And this guy will just console.log new friend input dot friend user ID and then return message. You have a new friend. Ideally, this would like do a DB change that adds the friend and fires a request to your database or something. Like, the idea of a mutation is it's something you don't want to have automatically run. It's something that changes something, and as such, you want a user behavior to trigger it. Mutations are not a thing that should be cached, not a thing that should happen on a page load. They're a thing that a user triggers or an event triggers to do the right behaviors. TRPC has this built in as a core piece of TRPC's like base that has queries, mutations, and is starting to have subscriptions. But mutations are half the bag with TRPC because, to be fair, a lot of this comes from React Query influence. Also, the general idea of mutation versus query. I think React Query really does a good job of emphasizing why it's important to have these things be different. Where a query is a thing that happens when the use query hook is rendered. A mutation is a thing that happens when a specific function is called. So when I, in React Query, use query, that data starts fetching immediately, unless I have a disable or something like that on it. And then you get your loading state, your data state, your error state. But when you want to mutate things, so I click a button and it changes something, you could have a query that's disabled until you click the button, then it enables it, then it fires things. But I don't care. I don't want to do all of that specifically. I want to have a click trigger an action that might be asynchronous and keep track of the state from that. So in this example, mutation creates a new to-do and it posts to Axios when this mutation gets hit. So the button here, on click, mutation.mutate, and it calls it with the signature for that function. And then mutation has a dot is loading, a dot is error, dot is success, all of which are null until a mutation has been fired. And if none of that is the case, then we show the error, the success, and then we always show the button. We don't show it if it's loading, but we show it otherwise. Mutations are so important. Like, so important. I don't get why so many of I get this question a lot. Why React Query instead of use SWR? SWR is Vercel's equivalent of React Query. It's what they're using for next-swr-endpoints. It is very focused on data fetching and nothing else. When the hook runs, it gets some stuff. That's by design. That's their goal. You use this to get data to your components. That's about it. They have some concept of middleware now. This mutation section is not what it seems. It lets you modify an existing key that you've already queried for. So if you want to revalidate all the API/user calls, mutate lets you trigger them to refetch. It mutates the cache. It doesn't mutate. It's not a mutation in the sense that you are firing a request that mutates something somewhere else. There is no concept of a user-triggered async action in SWR. SWR is a super minimal, super simple way to fetch data in your components. That is all it is. SWR might add a mutation. Cool. It's not a core focus. I don't think it's fair to say they'll have it eventually until they have it and it's good. I'm very big on that in particular. It's the same reason with like TRPC. I don't say, oh, open API support will be a thing in the future. It's kind of a thing now, but it's not what you should be using it for. It's not a goal of the project. It's not the focus of what they're doing. If you have a mostly static page that happens to be using Next.js and you want to fetch things really simply, SWR is a good tool for that. But as soon as you have interactions, things where users are doing things and changing things, and you're building an app, not a static site, SWR stops being useful pretty quickly, and React Query catches up from there. I, as such, am a little concerned about next SWR endpoints betting a little too hard on SWR, because it doesn't provide a lot of the behaviors that I want the type safety from back to front for. I want to be able to have a form where a user fills out information and then clicks a button and then it fires the query. This is very essential to full stack application development, not necessarily full stack web development and full stack site development, which is why I think it's not a focus for SWR. Their belief is React Query is too heavy because it has all these other things. We just want to fetch data more ergonomically. SWR lets you do that. By betting on that, it has made a very simple and elegant solution here where I write query, I give it a validator, I give it an async func, and now I can call use all people in my code. I could expose use some random stuff. And in here, instead of a name, should return or should throw z.boolean. And in here, if this shouldn't be user, should be input. If input dot should throw new error, I was told to throw, else return didn't throw. And now when you call this here, const should or did this throw query, I'll just do that, but not with result, with use some random stuff, which should be erroring right now because I require z.boolean here. That's not optional. Change this to z.string, whatever. Okay, interesting. Is there a way to force you to pass a Boolean? Or is this just there? Cool. I misspelled should. Not a big deal, but we'll fix that. Yeah, this should be required. Zod doesn't... Yeah, this should be matched. Oh, is it now type erroring? Interesting. It wasn't before. I don't know why that took so long. So now should throw false. And if this is false, we'll get data back. I should probably run this app, but I'm lazy. I'm not going to bother. Console.log data. If we hover over this data, it's string or undefined because it could be loading, could be validating, could be error. And error is also a thing we get back. It's typed any. Usually errors are any typed. But it's cool that you can that easily define a hook and then call it. So, Excalibur draw time. There's a lot to dig into here. I'm going to close all these other things quick. Next, SWR endpoints. Oh, you guys hate the light mode. Sorry. I use light mode when I'm not streaming. So, I almost want to like move the sidebar to the other side so chat covers this stuff that you guys don't need to see and not what I'm talking about. We'll figure that out in the future. Maybe I'll have a hotkey that swaps things around. Anyways, let's talk about what is similar and different between these things. Not even sure if I like this format, but we're going to try it. I haven't thought through any of this. I didn't even know I was going to talk about this today until earlier. Is it mature enough to rant about? That's actually a very good question, Adam. Probably not. I am almost definitely doing this very prematurely, but I'm doing that because Vercel has been exceptional at listening to me lately and including me in the conversation. And this is me half doing my part, half poking the bear a bit, because I think there are some opportunities to do incredible stuff here, but there's also important compromises and differences that we should recognize and understand. Both like as application developers, we should understand these compromises, and also as just a fan of these technologies, it's fun to talk about. So that's what we're here to do. We're talking about these things that I'm enjoying thinking about and talking about. We're going to do it here. So, simple way to define query hooks or data fetching endpoints as React hooks in Next. I'll center the text for this. I'm going to have to maybe zoom out slightly. I really should move my cam and make this a lot easier. I would have thought that. I'm not going to unthink it. TRPC is full stack type safe API definition syntax that allows or API library that allows any Typescript client to get to easily I don't even know what word to put here. To easily interface, I guess. So let's start with similarities. Why did that choose a very boring font? There we go. We'll do XL. I don't like this line here, actually. Similarities. Both focused on full stack type safety. Both integrate with Zod beautifully. Both use existing query hook libs for React, SWR React query. Both make Theo very happy. So, I think these are probably the core similarities that I want to focus on. I guess there's one more. I guess it's part of the type safety part of both focus on full stack type safety in TS and Vs. So if your backend and your front end are TypeScript, these are trying to solve the relationship problem between the two, where you can call some backend code and know on the front end what it is consistently, reliably, without additional work on your end. And here we get into the differences. And here's where the line, I'm not going to make the line just yet. We'll start doing it the simple way. Here, only usable for fetch. Whereas TRPC is built for queries, mutations, and subscriptions. next-swr built for Next.js. TRPC is built for any TypeScript project. Bindings exist for many frameworks and deployment methods. I'm going to move all of these down slightly. Cool. This probably should be a table. I'll get there eventually. Next SWR, much less boilerplate. And TRPC, I didn't want to do that way. I'm gonna yoink that. There we go. Much less boilerplate versus heavy-ish boilerplate that allows more control of implementation. And how do I put this part? There's so many little things here that I'm like wanting to make sure I do fair to both sides. How do I put this one? Next SWR is very hooks first. It's a way to define a hook that gets called on your backend. Hooks are a package built around React query for the React version or lib. Hooks first based on SWR. I guess that is a very important point to call out. Requires custom compiler to recognize the SWR like file syntax and do magic things for that in the next compiler, whereas only needs TS compiler in strict mode. So as long as you already have the TypeScript compiler in your project, you can use TRPC probably, because TRPC doesn't have a code gen. It doesn't have a custom compiler. It is using TypeScript and, most importantly, letting you import your TypeScript directly to your front end from your back end. When you define this create React query hooks call here, you pass it a generic type. This type is imported from my backend. So I'm using my backend type def here directly as the like definition for all of the hooks that I'm calling. That is like the secret sauce that lets TRPC work, but more importantly, it lets TRPC work without a custom compiler. It is using the type definitions in TRPC and in your router. If I right click, go to definition, here is my TRPC router. It gives you way more control of the like definition that your hooks come from, but more importantly, it is importing from your backend using TypeScript directly rather than compiling out a type def. Really cool stuff. I love how TRPC does this, even if the boilerplate is more heavy. Somebody in chat said that they feel like boilerplate gives them less control, and I'm a bit confused by that because there's a very obvious compromise when you don't have the opportunity to hook into these different parts. Like boilerplate is moving code out of a library into your app so that you can make changes to it. If you wanted to make a change to next-swr, you're in patch package hell. And I've lived in patch package hell for long enough to be very happy I've never had to patch package TRPC and probably never will, because this is such a good compromise of control to flexibility and like ergonomics. And I think the role of simplifying that is through things like Create T3 app, to be frank. And Create T3 app makes it a lot easier to have the boilerplate mostly correct with the best places to hook into it, called out explicitly with comments. We even have these fancy, check out the TRPC docs for inference helpers comments that make it so easy to explore this code base and do things mostly correctly, mostly the first try, which is awesome. Did TRPC make this harder before? To an extent, yes. But man, now that there are so many good examples, so many good boilerplates, so many good ways to initialize a TRPC project correctly, I feel like the control you get from having these things in your code base is still valuable. I also saw a few people mentioning that specifically SWR's mutations not only are like working in 2.0, but are being used by Vercel themselves. Very exciting stuff. Hope to see that soon. I am still concerned that that's a late addition and that it's not core to the package and the role of what's going on with SWR. Can it be added? Sure. But it's doubling the responsibilities of a package that has been very focused on one thing for a long time. And it's a little, yeah, I don't know. It feels weird to late add something that core to app dev. It is almost like the big difference between between SWR and React Query has been React Query is the way to access, modify, and asynchronously via events or actions a user takes, modify, change, and fetch different data. Whereas Next SWR and SWR in general are how we fetch data as simply as possible using hooks. I am very curious what the mutation patterns in SWR look like and how much that increases the bundle size to ship. So we'll definitely talk about that when we're a little closer to it. The last piece here, and this is only because I saw a few people asking about it, still very, very early, being shipped by many in production, including Ping. So, of these, I think this is the most solvable, it sounds, specifically because mutations are being added to SWR. That should make it possible to have mutations with next SWR endpoints. Exciting stuff. The custom compiler will never be able to not happen with the way this is being defined. It's using a special file name, people.swr.ts, to tell the compiler, hey, you need to treat this file differently and do things with it. That is super exciting. I already plan on talking to some people who are working on SWR from Vercel. Don't worry, we're all in the talks. This is still super early to the point where probably shouldn't be talking about it this in depth. And I was specifically told to call out that it's early and you probably shouldn't ship it in prod yet, because it is. It literally got open sourced late last night. It's super interesting. Yes, Faraz, this is them exploring what TRPC by Vercel more tightly integrated with Next would look like. Next SWR endpoints. I haven't shared the URL for a minute, so I'll share that in chat again quick. Twitch.tv. There you go. Yeah, this only has 4 commits. Still very new. Ooh, a link got fixed. Interesting. That's the second contributor. I also have a ton of faith in Schniz. He's one of the Vercel employees that cares the most about type safety and getting these things right. If anyone can make it happen, he definitely can. He also made FNM, which is my current go-to node version manager. I use this to manage my node version locally. Super useful little package. It's a good bit faster and slightly more ergonomic than NVM. I've been happy with it. I used it for my most recent macOS setup. Cool stuff overall. Oh, Den on YouTube asked, did Vercel pay for this stream? Yeah, no. I am pretty hard on Vercel when there are things that could be better. And about half of this was me saying there's a long ways to go for SWR endpoints, but it's very exciting to see them diving in on type safety as an important thing to consider within Next.js. This is one of the most exciting repos I've seen come out of Vercel recently, and I really hope it doesn't end up like Hyper, where it just sits there and rots, because there is an awesome opportunity to improve full stack development for all developers here. Really appreciate the work going on here. Really appreciate Lee and Schniz and everybody else involved on the Vercel side to get this out and let me talk about it and I guess debut it to the world, because no one's really talked about it yet. Super exciting stuff, though. Hype for the future of what's going on here. Quick break to thank subs, run an ad, and then go smoke for a bit. Just hit the ad run button. Sorry, people on Twitch. Don't have a way to do that on YouTube, so y'all get a different experience, whatever. Huge shout out to James Craig for the donation on YouTube. He mentioned that you have not used TRPC before, but the syncing of types between server and client looks awesome. Yes, You have no idea how awesome that awesome is. It has made my life so much easier. The first PR where I started moving ping over from stubbing out endpoints myself to TRPC, I deleted like 800 plus lines of code. It is so much simpler. It is so much smarter. You catch bugs way faster. You move way quicker. And you don't think about endpoints and infra as much. You think about the things you want to call and how you call them. Apparently, we just hit a really exciting milestone. So, social blade. That's past day. Where is the... They have the number on here. Oh, it's out of date. I don't want to share my studio on YouTube because apparently that's a bad thing. Analytics. Here's the live count view. We did it. We're over 20K, guys. Nuts. Absolutely insane. I had 8,000 subs last month. 8,000 to 20,000 in a month. Absolutely insane. The last 28 days, 8,400 to 20,029. Absolute insanity. Thank you all so much for the support, for hanging out here on Twitch and on YouTube Live, for taking part in chat, watching the videos, sending them to your friends. Everything y'all do to support us here is super cool and appreciated. And yeah, y'all are the best. It's surreal. I just broke 10K on Twitter, just broke 20K on YouTube. Twitch obviously is blowing up. I just hit 7K followers there, it looks like, now that I can see the top again. It is nuts. I was told to refresh. Still the same number, but yeah, very good numbers. It's nuts. I was joking on Twitter, but I am a tiny bit serious that I'm a little jealous that I don't get to watch this content the same way y'all do. I'm making it, but it's so cool to have known for a while that there is hunger for a more senior, more technical type of content that I wasn't seeing. I was told by many even that senior devs and more technical people don't watch YouTube. They read blog posts and they write code. And I didn't believe that for a fucking minute because I'm a total YouTube degen. I spend so much time watching YouTube while I'm working, while I'm doing other things. And it is essential to my workflows and the things I care about. And I was tired of not seeing people talking about the things I wanted to talk about in the places where I hung out and on the platforms I watched and consumed things from. And I love that I have taken all these people who watched YouTube and were devs, but didn't necessarily let the two overlap that much because the dev content was junior or hard to watch, and they would watch other things. I still honestly think I have more like Ludwig fans in my audience than like Jonathan Blow fans. And actually, let's pull that. I'm so curious. Poll. Who do you like more? I don't want to say like. Who do you watch more content from? Ludwig, J Blow, neither, TBH. I am genuinely so curious. I want to see if this proves my theory or not. Thank you, Alejo, for the 5 gift subs. You appreciate you immensely. Bean for the bits, and Langer Dev for the sub as well. Y'all are the best. Thank you guys so much. I can't click the poll because of the gift subs. Oh God, YouTube or Twitch. There's no way for me to look at my poll until that goes away. You know, if you guys really want to troll me, you could keep gifting so I can't see my own poll. I'm okay with these numbers, honestly. Wesley taking me up on the gift. Oh, now I can't see it here, though. That's annoying. Oh, view all. There we go. Now I can see everything. Well, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. Super appreciate that, Wesley. Y'all are the fucking best. If you just got gifted a sub, make sure you join the Discord, t3.gg/discord. You can chat for free, or you can join the sub channel that's just for subscribers, and you just had your ticket paid for, so you get in for free for a month. Definitely take advantage of that. Really cool place to hang out. Level 5 hype train. What the hell? You guys are insane. Bean Squad with the additional 5 gifted. God damn. Thank you guys so much. How's the poll doing? I like these numbers a lot. I like that 4 times my viewers watch Ludwig over J-Blow. And I'm cool with most of you watching neither, which is totally fine. I would not recommend J-Blow. Avoid him. Not a big fan. Ludwig's kind of cool. I watch a lot of his stuff. He's very business-minded around his way of doing content creation, and I've learned a lot from him, but also learned way more from his interactions with creators like Mr. Beast, who are much more focused on the top tier of... How do I explain Mr. Beast's way of doing things? He's a lunatic. He wants to push as hard as he can, as far as he can, and won't put out a video if it's not as good as his last one. The Mr. Beast question that blew my mind. Somebody asked him, "Hey, Mr. Beast, I have never watched one of your videos before. What should I start with?" To which Mr. Beast replied, "My most recent video. If it wasn't my best one, I wouldn't have released it." And that just melted my brain. Thank you, Elango, and the anonymous gifter with the additional 5 subs. Both of you guys gifting means a ton, and even more people just got in the Discord for free. So definitely join if you haven't already, and make sure you take advantage of that new channel, or not new channel, the channel you newly have access to. Y'all are the best. Thank y'all so much. To quickly answer the why not Jonathan Blow question, he doesn't think women should be programmers. He also doesn't believe in COVID. He is a lunatic. He doesn't live in rational reality. So just don't engage with him. He is harmful, actively, and useless, and should not be treated as a meaningful influencer or respectable in any way, shape, or form. He should be ignored. So, yeah. Very nice seeing that way more of you like Ludwig than J-Blow. Sorry for ruining Jonathan for a bunch of y'all, but Google search Jonathan Blow controversy. You're going to find a bunch of stuff. Why is he popular? He's well-spoken. He made one game that was really popular in the early indie days. Okay, I'll be more frank. Braid on the Xbox 360 Live Arcade was a very big deal for indie game developers and development as a whole. It enabled a whole new type of developer to find success making games. Braid raised the bar for both the recognition of indie games and the quality that we expect from them. For the next 7 years, he just shitposted. And then he made a kind of jank, kind of cool conceptual game called The Witness, where you solve like maze-type puzzles in a pseudo-open world. It's like a first-person walking simulator that you walk up to a board and you drag a solution on it. It's weird. Has some cool hidden puzzles within it, but it feels unfinished, very much so, and has this weird worshipping group of people who they love it because they don't understand it and they think it's cool to not understand things. He's an abstract artist without the art and with really bad core beliefs that happens to be a programmer. So yeah, ignore J-Blow. I'm sure some of these clips are going to make it his way and he's going to talk mad shit about me, about I'm a web developer that doesn't know what he's talking about. All JavaScript devs are bad and should stop talking. Cool. Fuck off, J-Blow. I don't care. Yeah, sorry for ruining that for a bunch of people, but it is what he is. It is what it is. I think I get more viewers than him now, which is a relief. Yeah. I hate doing call-outs like this because honestly, one of the most surprising things for me has been the other people making engineering content, for the most part, are fucking awesome people. The vast majority of the other developers making content that I interact with, like I saw Trash Dev in here, Primogen was here earlier, Melky rated me earlier, Jacob's in here. There are so many awesome developers making content that are here for the right reasons, that actually care and actually want to make awesome content to make software better. And I didn't expect that, because when I joined, even before I joined, when I was from the outside, I did not think I was going to dig the other people making content. I don't want to call out too many other people, but like the J Blows and the people who worshipped him, that seemed like the standard. That seemed like what I was going into. But there was also Ben Awad, who's fucking awesome. I love Ben. And I have always been impressed with how useful his content has been and how level-headed he has been with it. Sure, he trolls a bunch, but man, I think he makes good recommendations and pushes people in the right direction. Huge shout out to Ben. Huge shout out to everybody else I just listed. Feels like the right people are making content right now, which is cool. Because I don't know if I talk about this enough. Making content fucking sucks. This shit is so hard and so tiring and so frustrating for such dumb reasons. Nobody makes content just for fun and sticks with it. You only stick with this because you care. And the reasons you care need to be bigger than the reasons it sucks. Before, the reason people cared was they were egotistical assholes that wanted to feel good about their beliefs. Honestly, I'm probably kind of that. But on the other hand, it is such an awesome opportunity to share the things you care about with others who do and to get that passion out of you. And I have very much gotten that from my content, from my community, from all of these types of conversations. So thank you all for proving me right that there was a demand for content by people who care in a space famous for people not giving a shit, that being software. Also, huge shout out to Alex Dunlop for the additional 5 gift subs, which pushed us over level 5 hype train. Absolutely nuts. Y'all are insane. Thank you guys so, so much. So cool. What do we talk about next? I see people saying I should bring Ben on. Yeah, I should bring Ben on. I really need to. I need a good thing to talk with him about. We'll figure it out eventually. Next week, I'm going to have, hopefully, DKP, David K. Piano, the developer behind XState, on, finally, so we can talk about use effect, because he did a new version of the use effect stuff. The remix type PR got merged. Link, please link. I need to see that. Also, I've heard so much about this game. I saw one friend start to play it. I really need to play this. Cool, I am signed in on Steam. I'm going to add this to my wish list so I can buy it later. Or not even buy it, just install it later and play. Super excited to check that out. Theo plays. If I was to do game streams, I would probably do it on a different channel at this point. Honestly, I like the VODs here being very technical. Play Outer Wilds. I can't play Outer Wilds on stream. If anybody else here wants to play Outer Wilds on stream for the first time, make sure you let me know in the Discord when you do that, because there are a few things I enjoy more in life than watching people play Outer Wilds for the first time. It is so good. It is one of my favorite. Outer Wilds is a game you can only play once, but you will think about it for a long time after. So, yeah. Play Outer Wilds if you haven't. Let me know if you do, especially if you're doing it live so I can watch. Let's take a look at this remix PR. Well, first, let me go change my title on Restream. So, the remix is type safe now. RIP TRPC. Perfect. New title. I am honestly surprised this got merged. I thought this would, this took a while, but I thought it would take even longer. Yes, clickbait as fuck. This is my job, Maple. This is why I'm blowing up. I got better at clickbaiting. Cool. So, let's take a look here. We should probably start with the issue, because this issue was a lot. I like how my hair looks right now. I basically went straight from shower to stream, so I'm much more a mess than usual, but whatever. The content is still good. Shout out Matt for getting me to start early and also making the content very good. Anyways, this is the issue Matt started, which was requesting generics for loaders and actions and meta functions as well in Remix. The request specifically is when you have a loader in Remix. I should probably show a Remix project. Do I have one? No. just find an example on their site. Cool. So right here, if I have this loader function that returns get projects, if this was a typed function that has like message colon string, and then I call that in the component with use loader data, this loader data doesn't know the type of what you returned here. So you have to manually define the type here. And the worst part is use loader data didn't take a generic, so you couldn't pass it a type right here and have that get honored by your like type safety and fetching and whatnot. Like you would not have a type safe projects from calling use loader data unless you wrote your own solutions around it. Maple, please correct me if I'm wrong about this not taking a generic before. I'm almost positive it didn't. I know that because Maple specifically wrote share your gist at some point if you can, so I can show your stuff that you made before. If there was a generic, it was useless. But for the data, not the function. Interesting. So you had to give it the data shape. You had to write out the data shape yourself there. That's annoying. Yeah. What the new syntax allows is for you to pass the type of loader to loader data. So the type gets inferred off of the response that you write in here. When you write JSON hello data, that can now have a type inferred off of it. Maple just linked their original version of this that was really good, where you could, here's an example. Loader is a request. You have to manually give it a type of like data function args. That came from Remix, actually. And called a helper that they wrote JSON typed, which was a wrapper to the JSON call that gives you these new type definitions that you could then type of and use loader data, which was the typed version. So they wrote all of these helpers that wrapped the core Remix definitions to give you the ability to infer this. I'm actually curious how much this overlaps with the solution they ended up going with, but the JSON typed was an incredibly helpful wrapper. One of the cool sub pieces is JSON value, where they wrote all of the different types that a JSON can safely encode. And JSON typed requires every sub key to be of a JSON value. And that, I mean, I guess this is the thing that makes it recursive. But this allows you to get a type error if you pass it something that can't be serialized as JSON. So this was super cool. They have okay, Maple just said a very interesting thing. Their stuff restricts you to JSON serializables. They have a mega type that tries to convert from a non-serializable to what they should be at runtime. Yeah, very scary. Interesting. It's only 200 lines of code. Let's read it. Oh, yep. This looks familiar. Interesting. Oh, God. Oh, God. Y'all know how I feel about ternaries. I want to fucking puke right now. God. Ugh. Sorry. Just give me a sec to recover, guys. Anyways, I think we were reading code. We should read other code, though. This is all helpers. Oh god, if they're adding an is equal, I'm scared. Interesting. This again looks very familiar. Where that function and primitive are in this one. Very interesting. I am intrigued. Matt just made a really good point, which is ternaries are the only way to express if else in TypeScript, which sounds like a design failure that should be addressed because this level of nested ternary does nothing but cause headaches. I I hate this so much. Like I like that it's broken down to be question mark colon question mark colon, so it's like a really weird syntax for a switch statement, but TypeScript should probably have their own switch and if Boolean logic if this is something that's going to happen. Yeah, I hate that. But it seems like it's merged and it seems like it works, so I'm excited to play with it. Can we send this to work with use action data? Yes. Good stuff. Any other important points in this discussion? Because there's a lot here. This is such a change of tone from them. Do I need to go find the Kent tweet? I don't want to. But this is Ryan making fun of himself. I'm gonna go find it. I need to remember what Alex. Okay, alex.js. So we went from this assertion that you need runtime checks to have an end-to-end type safe boundary to, well, actually a solar flare could hit the server and flip a bit on the way to the loader to the browser. This is why I don't comment on old remix stuff. This is why I don't watch remix videos that are more than a month old. This is why I don't engage with anything more than a few days recency in the remix community, because they flip so hard and then pretend they didn't and then get mad at me for not being up to date with the most recent shift in their opinion that they never communicated. So, yeah. Anyways. This is a lot. I don't feel like reading through all of this. I just checked the latest comment. I added an eyes. They'll know I'm lurking. I'm sure they knew it anyways. Yeah. If Remix did more of these things right and would be much better about their communication, I'd be way more interested. But like, it's this bullshit that makes it hard for me to approach these things in good faith. Like, I want Remix to be good. It is good at a lot of things. And I want to be able to talk about it and have conversations with the maintainers and be a little harsh about things that don't work and be heard and not made fun of. And this community in particular has done the opposite of that. And I've been surprised at how many people have jumped on our board instead, just because we're no bullshit here. We talk shit about what works and what doesn't. And it's important to do that. I even have a video where I basically recommend GraphQL over to your PC for a bunch of use cases, because it's important to acknowledge where the boundaries of what you build do and don't work. And the remix guys have been uniquely bad at that, and it's been frustrating as hell. That said, they're getting better about it. Their opinions are shifting. Their comms are improving overall. Like the most recent Ryan Florence talk was phenomenal. Did a great job of acknowledging what isn't working and what they want to do differently. But yeah. I'm excited for them to learn, improve, and make meaningful impact. Like Remix has already improved all of the React community and helped JavaScript as a whole, arguably too, do better. And it's encouraged us to think more about our loading patterns, where data comes from, and how that renders on a page. All of that said, you can do that without being quite so annoying on Twitter. So I've said my piece. I'm excited for TypeSafe Remix. I did not know that was coming that hot. Has that been released since that was merged? Is that in the newest version, or do I have to wait for a new release? Oh, merged hours ago. Oh boy. Very convenient timing. Lined up perfectly with the stream, actually. Thank you for letting us jump on this for content. I might have to rush that video out. How are we doing on subs? Not bad. Anyways, thank you, Michael Marucci, for the sub. I'm like 15 minutes late on that, thanks, but I appreciate it immensely. Did I say that right when you sent your first message? I appreciate that a lot. Also that you subbed 15 minutes ago before you even wrote your first message. Y'all are the best. Love you guys so much. 15 minutes late and commenting. No, I'm way later than that, man. Hush. Good to have you here. Happy that I was able to catch the Europeans for once. I bet, honestly, that might be why the viewership was so much crazier this time. Since I stream late, like, my demographics for the stream, I'm gonna not share things I'm not supposed to. Probably got a flash of it. Whatever. I'm making okay money. But what I want is the demographics for my audience. I shared this once before. Top geographics. Here we go. So this is the countries that make up the most of my viewership, split up by percent. And I did not expect India and Brazil to be this high, but I am hyped because so many of my favorite devs I've ever worked with are from India and Brazil. Y'all are the fucking best. Y'all work way harder than us stupid Americans, I found, almost always. And having y'all here is huge. Yeah. Where's Argentina? You are the Argentina in representation. Oh, there's 5,196 views from Argentina. That's rad. All of the countries, all the places y'all are coming from, I appreciate you immensely. I was just calling out these two because of my personal experiences and how they signify that I'm doing something right. So I am very hyped on that. What's the least? Egypt. I might know the Egypt viewers, actually. I think I know who that might be. Yeah. This was so cool to see, though. I still can't believe less than 20% of my viewership is America. That is so cool. Like, I don't know why I assumed otherwise, but this is not a US channel or content. Like, we're global as hell. And I appreciate y'all so much for it. Thank you, guys. Also, Wesley with the tier 3 sub. Thank you so much for that. Enjoy the new channel. Show you the whole list. This is the whole list. This is the whole thing. I'm not hiding anything here. The yearly is going to be useful or useless for my channel. Yeah, very interesting. Cool. I can export from top 500. I don't even know how to export. Did I hit the download button? That's dumb. Disinterested. I don't care that much, honestly. It's cool to look at the metrics, but it's not that cool. Back to chat. That's not Twitch data. That's YouTube data. Twitch doesn't have data. I'll open up my Twitch stuff here. There's nothing in here that matters. Here's all the subs. I have 818 subs. Nuts. We're gonna break 1,000 soon, which is good shit. Y'all are insane. But if we go to the like insights here, you can see how much money I'm making on Twitch. You can see the categories people watch. People find me looking for a VTuber. I should add that tag and keep my VTuber up more. I like that idea. Stream summary. This isn't gonna, like, there isn't gonna be demographic info that's meaningful here, sadly. I wish there was, but there isn't. Somebody wanted to see age demographics. I can show those quick. Let me show just myself so I don't leak things I shouldn't in studio. Analytics, audience. Here you go. Here's your age and gender split. This is probably the one I'm most disappointed about, specifically the gender split. Like, I get it. I understand it. I'm still a little sad about it. I hope to make the difference up in other places by doing whatever I can to help with the awful gender gap in software. But yeah. Beyond that, pretty happy with these numbers. Specifically that so much of my audience is 25 to 34, and so much of it is older. This was very surprising to me. There are a lot of older people watching on YouTube. It's against TOS to show YouTube revenue, yes, not Twitch revenue. I can show whatever I want on Twitch. I don't think they care. YouTube, it's very against the rules. So, yeah. YouTube is male, I don't say dominated, but it's definitely a majority. Not a heavy majority, but from the channels I've seen, it definitely leans male overall. But there are ways to balance that out, and I'm not doing that at the moment. So I really need to find that balance and see if, I don't need to, but I would like to. I want to make sure I'm not doing anything to discourage people who aren't fucking dudes and bros from wanting to hang out. So definitely something I think about. And the handful of women in the community, I love y'all immensely. Y'all know who you are. There's like 4 of you, and I do my best to chat with y'all as much as I can because you kick ass. Good to have y'all here. Also, James, thank you for the donation. Really appreciate it. You're on like 3 or 4 this stream. Super, super generous. Appreciate it immensely. He donated to specifically say that it's not just me, that this demographic problem's pretty common on YouTube. Absolutely agree, but it's still something I care enough about that I want to like make a difference if I can. So I'll be doing that. I do need to bring on more women as guests. That's a really good point, actually. Yeah, that's a very good point. I should go out of my way to balance out the demographics of the guests I bring on. Thank you for saying that. As dumb as that message might seem, it's actually a really good point, and I need to get better about that. Cassidy Williams could be very fun. I don't know if I have a direct connect, but I'll hit her up. There's a few other people I have in mind. Might not be the biggest names, but they're names that I care a lot about, that I think deserve more respect. So Cassidy would be the huge one. Like, obviously, if we could have Cassidy on the show, that'd be huge, and I would immediately take the opportunity. But I don't want to, like, ride somebody else's success on my channel. I want to have conversations that wouldn't have happened otherwise. If she's down, I am down, but I don't want to, like, clout shark, do content with her just to change the demographics of my audience and grow. I just want to make things that make conversations happen that wouldn't have otherwise. And yeah, I won't kill you for saying TikTok, Dev. Appreciate that call out. I should probably do more TikTok stuff to help with the demographic. The problem there is TikTok tends to be much more junior developers and junior content as a result. Honestly, Prime Cassidy would be that would be such a good dynamic. I would love every second of watching that. Yeah. Corinne, you're right. It is, or Carl, you're right. It is normal that more guests would be men because the industry is more men. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be putting effort in to flip it. to try and change that dynamic. Like the way it gets better isn't by acknowledging what it isn't just by acknowledging what it is. It's by putting the effort into flip it however you can. And I need to do more of that. Oh, Mew's here. Mew, you should come on the show if you're down. No pressure. But I would love to do some content with you. I've been keeping an eye on the stuff you've been doing for a while. I'm very hyped with your content and would definitely love to collab in the future if you're down. I also saw somebody ask to change the topic to something I should probably talk about more. Somebody asked about a ping demo. I should probably do ping demos a bit more. I plan on putting out some more YouTube content soon about ping. We have some really cool stuff that I've been working on. I could show that quickly. Why not? So, here's a new feature I've been working on at ping. So, I'm on my laptop right now, different camera from the computer one. It looks way more red, both because it doesn't have my color correction and it's on a crappier camera, but more so because my laptop's HDR and my capture card is not. So it's doing the colors very incorrect. Whatever. The TLDR on ping.gg, is we make it as easy as possible to do professional collaborations inside of OBS directly. So rather than calling in OBS or calling them in Discord or Zoom, screen capturing the window, throwing that in OBS with like weird like window capture stuff, cropping it, capturing the audio with other software, and doing all this chaotic stuff to try and bring my guest into my show, just to have a second person join, changes the angle of the crop and the whole stream falls apart. All gone. We wanted to erase all those problems and make it as easy as possible to copy paste a guest from ping to OBS directly. So how does it work? Well, the core piece, we're actually changing it. So this isn't how it works normally. I have a differently configured room, but I kind of want to spoil this new feature for people because I need a clip of it anyways. We have a new feature coming soon called slots. I'm going to just delete all of my old ones for now. I want to emphasize this is very early. This is very jank. We are very aware. This is a future thing that we are currently working on. And I have it on in my room because I dog food everything. It doesn't even seem to work on the screen size, which is good to know that 720p is too small for it. So here is a slot. I'll name this guest slot. This slot has a custom URL that I can go send to my OBS. I'm trying to think of the easiest way to send this to myself. Honestly, I'm just going to hide the screen share for a sec and type it because I need an easy way to copy paste between my computers, but I am dumb and lazy. So let's ping.gg/. Cool. I actually went out of my way to make these typable. Not going to Discord DM myself because I'm not going to open Discord on the computer that I'm screen sharing ever if I can avoid it. So what I'm going to do now that I have this copied over is go back to my screen share, and I'm going to add a new browser source in OBS. I should probably capture this part. Yeah, let's capture this part. So instead of window capture, I'm going to do display capture really quick. Oh no, you guys can see stats that don't actually matter. Now you can see the window that I want you to see. It's gonna recurse infinitely. Whatever. That needs to be much lower in here. So here's my OBS setup. I wish I could hide the preview more easily, but don't look at anything but this bottom section for now. Honestly, what I can do is just cover this other section. No, it's not gonna work, never mind. So ignore all the chaos going on here. Pay attention to this bottom section because I'm going to add a browser source and I'm going to paste this URL from ping. I'm going to put in a resolution. We'll do 1920 1080, so it's full screen. And now I have a browser source here. I'm going to remove the display capture and I'm actually going to move this over to the screen cap so it's back in the OBS scene that I was in. So in here, I now have a browser source from ping, but there's nothing here. That's because there's no guest here. But if I add myself and save, I suddenly pop up in OBS because that browser source is a custom URL that lets me put somebody else into my content directly just via copy paste. I copy this URL, I paste it in OBS, and now I have myself there. I can quickly add and remove, and now I disappear, add, and now I reappear directly from inside of Ping. Actual magic. Makes my life as a creator, especially as a creator who brings guests on the show, so much easier. And this ability to add and remove is a total game changer, because in OBS, I can set one URL, put it in one place, never think about it again. And now when I bring a new guest on, quickly add them to the slot or remove them from the slot, and I'm done. Now they're a guest in the show. It took me literally 15 seconds to set up today when Matt joined my call in Ping. So magical. I am genuinely really hyped about the workflows we're enabling through a single URL. So if you want to bring guests on your show, Ping is, without question, the best way to do that right now, especially if you're already bought into OBS. If you're using something like StreamYard, cool, it's great, in the same way that Wix is great. StreamYard makes it really easy to, in the browser, go live for the first time. I have never seen a StreamYard stream with more than 50 viewers live. It is a great way to do your first ever show and to stream if you don't know what streaming is yet. But it is not for professionals. And it's funny they put professional in that now, because they didn't used to say that. That's a new change. Clearly they're a little scared of a new competitor in the space that is a little more focused on professionals. Weird how that works. StreamYard is Wix. Previously, there was a lot of AWSs. We had all of the, what's it called? Like, there's companies like vMix. And I love vMix. They make my job so much easier, because this looks like an ad I would have seen in Staples in the mid-2000s. This is hilarious how out of date this product is, how it expects every user to install all sorts of crazy jank software on their computer and doesn't integrate with anything. But it is the option that a lot of creators have been using, because it is the only way to get high quality video from A to B. We're the first compromise. This is the AWS of the space. StreamYard is the Wix of the space. I think there's room for an in-between of Wix and Squarespace. Of Wix and of AWS. Of Squarespace and AWS. Wix is like Squarespace. It's another crappy site builder. So if you don't know anything that we talk about here, Wix is the easiest way to make a crappy website. StreamYard is the easiest way to make a crappy stream. AWS is the hard way to make a good website. vMix is the hard way to make a good stream. Vercel and Next.js are the compromise where you can make a great site and own the hard parts without dealing with the annoying parts. We are similarly that in between, where you can use your tools. You can bring OBS, you can bring XSplit, you can bring your fancy camera shit, you can bring your overlays, you can bring all your stuff. We are just a method to get the video part from somewhere else to your computer. Similar to Vercel, which doesn't have state, doesn't have like custom build systems or most of the solutions that we used to expect from AWS. It takes your package JSON, you point it at a GitHub repo, and it does the rest for you, and it usually does it correct. We are very aligned with that. We want to take the wins we're seeing in the software dev world to make it easier to compose professional solutions that fit your needs. We want to be one of those composable pieces in the professional creator's toolbox. Yeah, there's a lot of Discord screen capture streams. I've also seen a ton of those. We really need to make more content about how useful Ping is. I will probably clip a bunch of this section and post it on my YouTube later. Would be useful to have that around. I've not talked too much about the investor stuff with Ping. It's not really a thing that you don't get much value talking about investor stuff unless you're looking for more investors, and we're not right now. We're in a pretty good spot. But come Series A in the future, you'll be hearing me talk a lot more about our investor experience. We're also a Y Combinator company. I don't know if y'all know that, but not what I was trying to do. Y Combinator. Let's look at the companies list. We are a Y Combinator company. which means that we went through the same startup accelerator as Twitch, Reddit, Airbnb, Stripe, DoorDash, so many other successful companies. I was very excited to do Y Combinator. I was unsure at first, but they did a great job convincing me. They gave us a decent bit of money and a very needed kick to push us forward and help us make awesome stuff. If I'm announcing a new round, it'll be everywhere. Don't worry. You'll hear about it Life Hunt. I'll be sure that you hear about it. Somebody asked, Vitor asked specifically, do I make a lot of money as a CEO? No. I make the least money I've ever made right now. I'm close to making more on Twitch and YouTube than I am as a CEO right now. But in the future, if we sell or we go public or anything else happens, I'll be doing pretty well. But being a CEO of a startup means giving up a lot of the luxuries we expect as developers with developer salaries. I have stable-ish insurance now, but that was so much work. I didn't have a salary for a while. I sold a bunch of my Amazon stock and threw away my $400 plus $1,000 a year salary in order to make this happen, because I thought not making as much money for 4 years, but building a company that I care a lot about, if it succeeds, I'll make way more than I would have working at other companies. And if it fails, I'll still be more fulfilled. What stack do I use for ping? Oh, y'all must be new. Good old init tips. I also love I changed this to Create T3 app. But all the things that are in Create T3 app are what we're using at ping. It has made life much easier. And as Maple said, that is Rails, Brainfuck, and a whole bunch of Ember.js. Makes us super successful. Are Twitch stars using it? I don't know what you mean by Twitch stars, but yeah, we have a lot of really awesome creators. Linus Tech Tips has been using us for all their remote collab stuff. Iron Mouse and all of VShojo have been using us for a while now. VShojo's been doing some really cool stuff. They went to Anime Expo last week and over the weekend, and they had vertical TVs next to people sitting at panels, so they could have a VTuber and a let me find our Twitter so I can show examples of this. They would put like a real life person and a VTuber next to each other. And this was using ping. So Iron Mouse was calling in here with ping and Connor was there in person. And due to how lower latency is and how high the quality is, this could be a natural conversation where they like catch each other's pauses and like interject and jump in. It was so cool having them push the limits of what our tech can do. Having multiple VTubers on TVs on the stage, we built them a custom iPad app that allowed them to bring talent out in the real world from ping directly. Like this is Iron Mouse, who is sadly enough not really able to leave her apartment. She's suffering from some really bad immunodeficiency disorders and is largely bedridden. So this is her first time being able to like go out to dinner with friends, and ping's enabling that. I went a little ham hacking this app out 2 weeks ago because I knew they would get a lot from it. And it's been so exciting to see them using it. Massmert pointed out that they don't see VShojo talking about us too much. That's because I haven't asked. We're getting a lot out of them on so many levels, and they help us so much in other ways. Like they got us to VShojo. They've helped us do so many cool things. And Iron Mouse is incredible. All of the talent at VShojo has been so awesome to work with. I know the moment I ask, hey, can you have Iron Mouse retweet this? Or hey, can you guys signal boost this thing? They're down to do it. But I haven't pushed that because we're focused more on building good faith than recognition right now. I want every creator who uses ping to fucking love it. And whatever it takes to do that is what it takes to do that. I don't necessarily need Iron Mouse or VShojo to tell all of their viewers about ping. But when they're talking to their friends, when they're collaborating with their other streamers and people in that world, I want them to have nothing but positive shit to say about ping. And we're going to go so out of our way to make sure that's the case. Nara's actually asked a really good question. To the person joining, they just need a browser, like joining Google Hangout. Exactly. I actually modeled most of the UX for the call in experience around Google Meet directly because I think Google Meet has the simplest you click a link and then you're in flow. So our goal was to make it for a guest as simple as Google Meet, but for a professional streamer as integrated and modular as tools that we use as developers. I wanted to Unixify the video pipe for the creators while providing a super simple experience for the guests. I should be marketing Ping more. Yeah, we're working on that. We have some fun plans. I need to do more content on it, honestly. I think that's the big missing piece is I need to be on YouTube talking about Ping way more. And yeah, the TV panels were using Ping in all of the exam. Pretty much everything that involved a VTuber on a screen that VShojo has done for the past year has been on Ping. It's been really cool. Yeah, I need to do more tutorials. I need to do more content about Ping generally. Also very excited to talk about XState. Saw somebody just mentioned that in chat. We have DKP, David K, the creator of XState and Stately, coming on next week. So make sure you're here Wednesday next week if you want to talk all about XState and use effect and how I think his talk was not the best. Wow, we made it this long until a spam message from the YouTube bots. I'm impressed. Normally they get Normally this happens a lot quicker. Cool. I really hate that if you report one of their comments as spam, it doesn't kill all of them. It's really dumb. Cool. Handled. YouTube spam any percent. Well, it would actually be really fun to see how quickly you could get YouTube spammers to show up in your YouTube chat if you were to make a new channel. Yes, I talked about Bun. Thank you, Alejo, so much for stopping by. Really appreciate it. And again, for all the gift subs, too. It's been insane. I should probably take a quick water and smoke break. If y'all have a topic idea, chat amongst yourselves. When I'm back in 2 to 3 minutes, I'm expecting you guys to have 1 or 2 very solid topics for me to jump on. I want to get 1 or 2 more rants out. MUI's definitely one of the top picks, but I'll let y'all talk amongst yourselves and figure out what we're talking about when I'm back. You have 2 to 3 minutes to figure it out. Let me get my BRB up. Y'all figure your stuff out. I'll be right back. I'll clear that one up quick. I actually dislike Nest.js. It's not good. Anyways, what have I missed, y'all? What is our decision? Actually, correction. I got some good news and some bad news. The good news is y'all have more time to decide. The bad news is that's because I'm overriding y'all. I have a topic I want to talk about. This one's a little different. Keep deciding, though. I will do more programming talk in a bit because I'm going to do a stream I've been thinking about, or a topic I've been thinking about and not doing for way too long. Thank you again for the donations, James. We need to get you onto Twitch chat. The Bun Talk was earlier. The VOD will still be on YouTube. Don't worry. Make sure you watch that later. Also, YouTube folks, Twitch folks that have YouTube Premium, if you can, download the VOD on Twitch when it's up. Hitting the little download button on the YouTube app counts as a full play of like a 4 to 6 hour video, which helps the algorithm a ton, helps my revenue a ton, and is just generally a good thing to do. So if you have other creators you support, do that for them as well. It helps a ton. Also, shout out Chris Bradley for the sub. Shout out AOCH TV for the sub. I think I missed that one. Y'all are the best. Appreciate y'all immensely. So, what are we talking about? Let me go change my title first. How did I get so popular on YT and Twitch? I guess I should put the whole thing. Cool. We're talking about the creator funnel, aka how I blew up on Twitch. And in a, no, that should be large. And a separate. And YouTube. Subtext. So, this video is going to hopefully be very useful. So I'm going to do a thing I don't do much. I'm trying not to do this as much because I love having y'all in chat. But I am hiding it for this because this is going to be, if all goes well, an important video. If I go to this view and just hide overlay for now, yeah, that'll be the easiest thing. Cool. So, how did I get so popular on YouTube? What did that? What worked? I want to take a step back and think about where viewers come from and how they engage with content. I like to think of this as a funnel. There, transform, flip horizontal. Perfect. It'll actually be symmetrical. This creator funnel, I don't even know if creator funnel is the right word. I almost think viewer funnel. Yeah, I'm going to call it the viewer funnel. So, what is this funnel and how do we think about it? This funnel is the process in which a person discovers your content, engages with your content, and becomes a fan. So this first level, I don't know what I did there. Delete. Try this again. This first level, we're going to call this discovery. This is how people find you. People making good content doesn't just make you exist. Finding good content or making good content gives people a thing to do when they find you, but we need to figure out where they came from first. The next stage is engagement. This is when the viewers start. I'm going to call this familiarity. This is when people have become familiar with you and your content, and they are more likely to engage because of that. And then this final section, which is engagement. I'll just say and monetization, or and money, to make it nice and easy. So, what are these parts and how do they work? Discovery is particularly interesting because it requires viewers to look at more than one thing from more than one creator. If you think about Twitch viewership, how many Twitch streams are you guys going to watch today? Just say the number in chat. Between 1, 10, however many. Like, how many Twitch streams do you expect to watch today? Drop a number in chat. Seen a lot of 1s and 2s. A couple, I saw 1 5 and 1 6, but it looks like mostly 1s with the occasional 2. Super useful. Now, for those who are on Twitter, how many different people's tweets do you think you're going to see the next time you open Twitter? A billion, 20, 200, 100 plus, hundreds, maybe thousands. Yeah, it's a whole different world. So when I'm on Twitter, I engage with lots of people. So the key to discovery is places where number of creators engaged per session is higher. So the places where you're discovered tend to be the places where the number of creators you engage with in a session is highest. So that's places like, I'm going to give it a different text color, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Reels. These are platforms where when you're using these things, you engage with a large number of creators in one session, where if you're on Twitter, you might see hundreds of different people tweeting. If you're on TikTok, you might scroll through 50 different creators in a 10-minute session. On Instagram Reels, it's very similar. So these are places where the content tends to be shorter, tends to be hookier, trying to reel you in. And it's also generally less effort on the creator side to make pieces of content for these platforms, because the content that blows up is the content that is the quickest to hook, not the content that is necessarily the best or the strongest design. I think we are talking a lot about a short form content revolution right now. There's this idea that short form is going to kill long form content. I don't think that's what it does. I think TikTok is competing less with YouTube and more with Twitter. It's the thing you quickly scroll through aimlessly to discover stuff. Reddit's an interesting one. I think Reddit probably fits within discovery. This next category, familiarity, is something I think a lot about. Familiarity is places where people can deepen. I don't know how I would word this. Familiarity is less creators per session, more likely based on knowing them. So the things that make a platform that's strength is familiarity are usually more competition in the viewer experience for the creators. So YouTube really stands out here, because when I go to YouTube, I'll even go to it on my computer right now. Here's a bunch of different creators doing different thumbnails, trying desperately to get our attention. Finally in prison, bun first look, fire in the background and shit. These thumbnails are designed to get our attention. Oh, I need to talk to these guys because they need to be using ping. So adding that to my queue to my watch later so I don't forget about that. Sorry, just doing my job. All of these thumbnails have the goal of getting my attention, so I'm more likely to click. And then the video's goal is to keep me focused long enough to watch the whole thing. It's not just clickbait, because clickbait alone isn't enough. If you get somebody to click a video because they're expecting one thing and it ends up being something else, that clickbait will fail and YouTube will derank the video because people aren't watching it after they click on it. And that's a bad viewer experience. So good clickbait helps, but good clickbait does not guarantee you're going to succeed. My clickbait got a lot better and it helped, but that had to come after my content being good. Sorry, quick water break. So YouTube is interesting because I might see 30 different creators here, but I'm not going to watch any of these videos right now. I might save a few and watch them later, but there's a lot more competition for that because of the difference between discovery here, which is pretty light and competitive. It's like I'm seeing these names, but I'm not going to really discover the creator here. But if I'm already familiar with them and or the thing that they're talking about in the thumbnail, I'm more likely to engage with it. And this is an important thing to recognize about this funnel. Is there a way for me to have a two-sided arrow? I always forget. Is as you go down the funnel, there's more money. But as you go up the funnel, there's more people. So as a creator, it's your goal to get people where they are and pull them down your funnel, because on YouTube, there is ad revenue, and that's a way to make money. It's a way to make a decent bit of money even if you're winning in the competition. But the real money exists in the places where the most engagement is, where there isn't a discovery experience. The Twitches, the OnlyFans, the Patreons. I think Twitch is more like OnlyFans than it is like TikTok or YouTube. And I think this is a mistake Twitch constantly makes as they are deciding on things as a company, is they keep pretending that they are a YouTube or a TikTok, but in reality, Twitch is an OnlyFans. People don't start their Twitch session on twitch.tv. They start because they got a notification that there's a channel they want to watch that's live, or they saw it on Twitter, or they just thought to check, and they type in twitch.tv/the channel they want to watch, and they go watch it. Sessions on Twitch don't start on the homepage. They start on a creator. And you have to get that viewer to come to you as a creator. They don't come from Twitch. They come from other places. Everybody here in the Twitch chat right now, I'm going to do a poll quick because I am pretty confident in this. Poll. How did you find me? Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, Discovery, front page, Twitch category, FP. So did you get recommended me? Cool. Or collab with another creator. So if the Primogen collab or some other video I did with somebody is how you found me, put that there, and then other. Let's see what this looks like. Because if my assertion is correct, this one, the Twitch category, should be pretty close to the smallest. I'd be surprised. And to be fair, it'll be higher for me than most because I'm regularly at the top of the software dev category now. So if you are checking the category, I am going to be there. But what we're going to see here is a lot more YouTube than anything else because I won at that layer. I did a really good job of fighting my ass off to make good enough content to be able to get things from YouTube and to get the discovery there. But the important thing to recognize here is I brought you here from YouTube. I didn't find you on Twitch. And this is the chart. This is the numbers Twitch consistently fails to acknowledge. You don't find my content from Twitch almost ever. There are lots of other places that you're more likely to discover my content from. However, I still make slightly more money on Twitch than I do on YouTube, even though my YouTube is comically bigger and I'm only streaming once or twice a week. The reason for that is I have funneled y'all to my Twitch channel. And you guys are engaged. You guys are supportive. You guys are going out of your way to be part of this community. That's why you're here. I gave the option to be closer, to join the Discord, to join these other things, and you guys took it. or where your biggest fans go. This is your goal as a creator, is to pull people into these places, to find them where they are and bring them to where you are. If you as a Twitch streamer are not taking advantage of TikTok, of Twitter, of YouTube, of these other platforms, you aren't doing the work necessary to grow on Twitch. And when I hear people giving advice on like how to title your Twitch stream so people will click it and stuff like that, they just don't know what they're talking about. It helps, but it doesn't help much. The viewers don't come from a good title on Twitch. They might for a good title and a thumbnail on YouTube. They definitely will. If you get interest on Twitter, you build up hype that way and you get other people engaging with it. That's actually one other piece I should include in here. I want to figure out how I put it, is the places where you can interact with other creators more easily. Like if I have a tweet that might be interesting to Tanner, I can tweet it. And then in a reply, say CC at Tanner Lindsley, think you might like this. And if he does, he'll retweet it. He'll signal boost it. He'll get my messages in more people's faces and expand the opportunity I have to funnel those people to the engaged channels that I have. Those platforms make it way easier for me to build those relationships. Even if Twitter isn't necessarily how y'all found me, it helped validate me a ton. It helped me find others to collaborate with. It was my back and forth shit posting with Primogen on Twitter that got me to do the Primogen debate stream with him, where he used ping and we got to chat and have a really fun convo. And that definitely helped a ton with kickstarting my channel. Tom just said in chat, and if y'all aren't following Tom yet, get on that. He's making some awesome content. I don't know if he streams yet, but at the very least, he's killing it on YouTube, making awesome educational material around the T3 stack. Tom was doing content that filled a hole in the space I was creating that I wasn't filling. He made the educational content I didn't, and that I didn't want to. And that's a great way to almost force me to collaborate with you. And I want to be clear about this, Tom. I didn't share your stuff out of just like good faith. I want to be a nice guy and help others succeed. Like, yes, I did that and I do care, but you basically forced me to, because you made content my audience was asking for that I didn't want to make. It's so cool that as creators, we can take those opportunities. A lot of my content was, I was watching Ryan Carniato's streams and they were hard to watch because of the jank computer, jank webcam and mic, StreamYard, all that. But the topics were really cool. And I wanted to bring those to a bigger audience where I could have a deeper conversation about them. So I took what I was learning from him and filled the hole that I didn't feel like it was filling. You did the exact same thing, Tom, and your success was earned by you by doing that. If you notice holes in other people's funnels and you hook in there, both people benefit. And collaboration is such an important part of extending your funnel. It basically just expands it. You just make your funnel wider when you do collabs. And that is always a great thing if you have the opportunity to do it. So yeah, if you're struggling on Twitch, if you're struggling on OnlyFans or Patreon, if you're trying to grow a community or like increase your success on these platforms, start where the people are, interact, be involved, be visible, and then start engaging on platforms like YouTube, where you can, when they see you, they'll recognize you and be slightly more likely to click. And from there, funnel hard into the places where you can engage more deeply. This is your job as a creator, to find people here and drag them to the bottom of this funnel. And if you can do this successfully, you don't need to be a big streamer to make a lot of money. You can make a full-time living, like under 200 viewers, if you're good at converting them. And I've seen this from a handful of creators. I was talking to people at VidCon that I am way more successful than, and I'm making way less money than. And then I would talk to other creators, even in this space, like Primogen, where he has way more viewership than me, and he's making a decent bit less than me off the channels. Like, your ability to drag people through this funnel and recognize the roles of each part directly result in more success on your channel. Any questions? Because I know this is both a lot and a very different topic from what we normally do. And I see my viewership being affected, which is fine. I expected that. This isn't for y'all. This is for a YouTube video later. But yeah, would love your thoughts. Diogo, rewind the VOD like 2 hours. We did the Bun.js thing already. Ryan switched to OBS and then took a vacation. And now that he's back, it still isn't M1 ready. I'm happy he switched to OBS. I'm concerned that OBS on Mac still isn't a great thing. It's getting there, but it's not there just yet. Being a creator seems very stressful. Yeah, it is. I'll be frank. This shit's hard and it's stressful. And it is really fun and worth it if you care enough and put the time in. But it's not it's harder than programming. Feels weird to say that, but it is. Like, writing software is easier than some of the hard things that I do as a creator. Yeah, and I care a lot about it. You wanted to start with content creation around software development? So this is an important thing to recognize what this is. If you want to get started with content creation, why would you start here? Why would you start where there are no people? I'm going to move this, actually. Can I unbind this? I don't know how to remove this from that arrow. Cool. Cool. So, if you're looking to get into content creation, why would you start here? There's no people here. The best way to start as a creator is shitpost on Twitter, reply to comments on TikTok, maybe make reply TikToks, hang out on these other platforms where the people are, to figure out what the people want, what they like, how to interact with them, get your name out there, get people to know who you are. And from there, do whatever. I think that one of the values of, in particular, Twitch is if you get your content funnel, which is separate from your viewer funnel, to a good place, you can live stream on Twitch, cut the clips, get those on YouTube, and then use the thing you're doing here to engage to also build familiarity a layer higher. You can do a lot of really cool stuff. How do I put it? You can do a lot of cool stuff, and it doesn't matter if it's not in a place where people will see it. And here, you'll be seen. Here, you'll be engaged with. Here, you'll be listened to, which is an interesting in-between that's super valuable. But you gotta start at the top of the funnel and pull people down. Once you've done that for a bit, stream wherever. It doesn't matter that much. I think Twitch is really fun. The chat culture is better. The software dev category's in a really good place right now. But it's changing. It's changing fast. And I wouldn't bet on any one way of things being for that reason alone. It's all changing. And I'd focus more on being where the people are than being on the next hot platform or being ahead of the curve. There is no ahead of the curve in creation and in content. There is just the grind. You got to be doing whatever you can do to pull people in. If you're already on Twitter, then good shit. Yeah, definitely stick with Twitter. You can multi-stream pretty easily. I think YouTube's a better place to start because there's actual discovery there. Twitch is a place to bring people when you have people to bring there. How many people are going to ask if I've talked about Bun? Jesus Christ. Oh, what about having a blog? Blogs are very interesting. I'd say a blog is definitely engagement, but it has the ability to do things other places. Like the same way you can have a Twitch VOD that you clip do well on YouTube. You can take a blog post on your blog that's good and have it do well on HN or Reddit. So I think HN would be in the discovery section. Reddit would be between discovery and familiarity. But a blog's not a way to be discovered at all. a blog post being good and then being shared other places, that can be a discovery method. And it can be a familiarity thing too. Like if I see a post on HN from a URL I recognize, I'm slightly more likely to click on it. But it's, yeah. Blogs for SEO, no. SEO is not a big part of the creator funnel. Creators do not succeed from search engine optimization. It's not a real thing that people get like blown up from Google searches. You might have one time where people happen to be searching a lot about a thing that you happen to have the keyword for, but that's like a shot in a barrel that's entirely random. It's not a real part of the creator funnel in particular, or the creator viewer funnel in particular. It's interesting, but it's very different. Start talking about blogs and instantly my viewers declined. Yep, super real. So you just double proved my point, Parasocial. You can go from 0 views to something close to 0 views through SEO. But the crazy thing here is if you blew up, you would still be getting 0 to 50 views from SEO. That amount doesn't go up. YouTube views come from recommendations. And if your content isn't being recommended, that's a top of the funnel problem. You don't solve that by having SEO do well. It's not a real way to make success happen. X State's happening next week, guys. I have DKP coming on. We're going to chat about it a bunch. Where does Facebook fit in? Facebook is all over the place on this chart. They don't know where they go. Facebook changes their mind about where they should be all the time. Even Instagram. Like I specifically put Instagram Reels because this one sub product within Instagram happens to be very discovery focused. I want to talk about guest star. I replied to that tweet. I feel bad talking about it with staff in chat, honestly. I'm pretty pissed, to be frank. I replied to this one. I have the top reply, thankfully. But yeah, there was some not great practice on Twitch's side with that I'm pretty upset about. I'll have more content about guest star in the future. I'm just disappointed in how Twitch decided to approach that one. Don't want to be too mean, but yeah, come in the future. Ollie, you can DM me. You have my contact info. Just hit me on Twitter. I'll give you a bunch more info. Why did TRPC use Zod when it's insanely slow compared to the others? It's not insanely slow. It's slightly bigger, but more importantly, it is very type safe. There is no other form validator that has even a third the type safety and extensibility that Zod has. There's a reason we've all like centered around it as a web dev industry. Zod is the best way to validate data and have a type safe response, for sure. Period. Type box. Oh yeah, I've seen this. Yeah. It's okay for JSON. But you can do like min items. Can you do a minimum number? Nope. Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of the like behaviors I would expect. Okay, format email, it has some. This looks a lot heavier. And it looks like you have to write the AJV and the type box both, which I do not like. Also, Create T3 app has more stars. Just saying. I know IOTS is really cool. I should probably use this for more things. It's not really like built for forms though. It's generic encoding and decoding of JSON. Like Zod isn't just for JSON. Zod is for validating JavaScript objects. It's actually kind of jank for JSON. It's really good for a lot of other things. It is getting a little bit long for this stream. I forgot that I started so early. I was like, wow, it's only 4 o'clock. And then I remembered I've been live since noon. Sorry, got a ton of messages and emails and shit. Nothing too critical, thankfully, but tons of replies to shit. Sorry. Wow, 5 a.m. for some of you guys. Relay is very interesting. I don't have too much to say on Relay, sadly. It's a super cool project. Sadly, it's not easy to consume. The documentation sucks, and a lot of shit has to be written for it to be viable. But it's rough. It's not particularly like easy to implement right now, even though technically speaking, it's pretty cool. I put my Opal cam in a drawer because it was really bad. The Lumina and the Opal, like the two cameras that are using software and AI and all this shit, they both suck. Software is not how you make a camera good. Cameras are how you make cameras good. An old used GoPro with an HDMI capture card looks a lot better than any of these cheap webcams that have been coming out. Not even cheap, these expensive webcams that have been coming out. Generally speaking, as sad as it is, if a camera comes with a USB cord, it's probably not good, and it sucks. Even like good cameras that have USB support, like some of the Sony cameras now have the ability to plug into a computer via USB, they still look like shit. When you use HDMI instead and capture card it on like a cam link, it looks a lot better. The reason for that is it takes a decent bit of CPU to convert the raw frames a camera is doing into something that USB can take, usually like an H.264 format. So the $150 cam link might be a little cheaper now. This guy, $108. I paid a lot more than that. This guy has a pretty powerful CPU in it that's actually encoding the video going into it into an H.264 format that your USB device can take over USB 3.0. That is one of the most important parts to have this succeed. The Lumina and the Opal both have some amount of AI on the camera, but even more so on your computer. So they eat your CPU, they fully saturate their USB 2.0 bands, and the results just jank. It doesn't look very good. And I am tired of them. Like, it feels like everybody's trying to sell the promise of a webcam by attaching a bunch of buzzwords instead of just making a good fucking camera. And it's really annoying. There's one AverMedia camera that's like, okay, but it's not great. Somebody mentioned it's like getting a USB mic instead of an XLR one. Yes, if the only USB mic on the market was the Blue Snowball. And people kept rebranding the Blue Snowball. I feel like the fucking Opal, where is it? I don't even know what drawer I put it in. Here it is. This fucking thing right here is a $300 Blue Snowball, but a camera equivalent. It is so bad for the money. The colors are wrong. The AI is bad. It looks really fancy. Like, will that autofocus? It probably won't. My autofocus is fucked because I have a cheap Panasonic camera. But like, the camera I'm talking to you guys on right now, that's a $300 Panasonic. 400 maybe when I bought it. No more than $400. And I bought it 6 years ago. I'm using a 6-year-old $400 camera, and it looks this good. And this piece of fucking shit, $300 camera I got a few weeks ago, looks comically worse. It's just not viable. Parasocial mentioned Sony and Canon let you connect over USB if you're okay with 5 to 10 FPS with a ton of frame pulling lag and it just looks like shit. The built-in USB support on cameras is really bad. Like, really bad. Yeah. There are no good USB-C cams. Link one. Or if you can link me a good USB-C camera under $500, I will buy it right now. And if it looks half as good as the camera I am talking to y'all on right now, I will buy you one too. And if it's not, you PayPal me double what it cost. Deal? Because there is no good USB-C camera. It does not exist. You're just wrong. a dedicated H.264 decoder would still require you to saturate a USB-C like 10 gigabit band to get the data to the H.264 encoder in the first place. You need a level of CPU just to get the data to the H.264 encoder. But no. Sorry, under $500 for... Is there a USB-C camera that's over $500? There is no camera with a built-in cam link. I want to be really specific about this in particular. The cameras that have a USB port that you can plug into a computer, that is the wrong way to use those cameras. You should not use the USB port on any nice camera. It will look like shit. Sony USB versus cam link. I spelled Sony wrong. Here's a random comparison of the two. I'm not going to play the audio. Okay. I guess I have to turn on the audio to hear some of it.
To see, and it's on HD right now using this nice little card. Next, we're going to cut over to show you what it looks like in USB.
Let's
directly off the camera. Now we're recording.
See how much more stuttery it is immediately? It's also blurrier. Like immediately.
Using the USB. Our goal is you can compare the resolution of the two versus using Camlink 4.
Seems like the HDMI is better, which it should be better because it's a higher resolution.
Yep.
Yeah, the universal, there's no side to side because people who do this stuff don't know what they're talking about. Let's see if they don't know how to do content. I should specify. This guy's actually cool. I've seen a few Vix videos before. Does he have an actual side by side at any point? Why is nobody doing a side by side? This one should have a good side by side, hopefully. No.
I mean, the image is not bad. For something that's less than 720p, like, this looks pretty good. If you would have asked me to guess...
Oh, well, the Sony cameras won't even do more than 720p. I forgot about that. Yeah, actually unusable. Actually unusable. Okay. Oh no, yeah, the Mark, yeah. The FP is the closest and it unfortunately sucks. Yeah, there is no USB camera that is good. You're just wrong. I would love for you to prove me wrong, but I'm not about to spend $1,000 plus on a Sony camera that only does 720p over USB to prove you wrong. Especially when I have a $300 camera with a $150 cam link. That works great. Fuji's USB shit is so bad. It's not good. I know a handful of people that have used it and have had really bad experiences. Oh, look. Side by side. You can see how stuttery it is.
My name is Will, where I do tech unboxing, tech reviews, and tech tutorials. Find the video helpful.
We have specs here.
On the fly, without having to close the session. So microphone plugged into your desktop. And in my case, X driver and Elgato change this in your current. It's very hard to tell them apart.
Okay, what do you have to say about video quality?
As you just saw, the free option relations in real time in your current video session. And in terms of quality, both the Fuji X driver and the Elgato were the same. It was very hard to tell them apart.
I don't believe you. You need to post way more examples for me to believe you on that. Yeah, this dude doesn't know what he's talking about. Okay. Here, did Canon just kill the cam link?
Canon?
The conclusion of this video was no.
Canon did a thing today, and I'm bringing it down to a 30 FPS image. Keeps maybe the pipeline from being clogged, I'm assuming. It's still no 60 FPS, and it's definitely not a perfect 30 FPS, but it is a much more usable image now. We'll be using footage of the camera at 30 FPS in the rest of the video. But I wanted to point out something.
Yeah. Can't even use 60 FPS. It's bad. Like, if you buy a nice camera to use on your computer and you use the built-in USB processing, you just wasted a bunch of money. Because a $300 camera with a $100 cam link looks better than a $1,000 camera without a cam link. That's just a fact, period. And it doesn't make sense for camera manufacturers to build in a cam link because they're expensive and not a lot of users want them. That's just the reality. Somebody wanted to find a cat. Give me a sec. He was sleeping, so you're disturbing him, but good boy. Very good boy. Thank you, bud. Sorry for disturbing you. Anyways. Someone asked opinions on Astro on YouTube. It's good. That cat's Murphy. He's the fat one. The dumb one's outside. Don't feel like grabbing him right now. I was going to do the MUI rant, but I'm pretty tired. I might kill it. Yeah. Well, what are we at? 4.5 hours? That's a long stream. I'm tired. Yeah. Let's figure out who we're raiding. Not the category I wanted to go to. Start with a quick lurk of the friends list. Let's raid somebody new. We're raiding the same people too much. I need to stop doing that. We are the top software game dev stream. Ooh, bashbunni. Fuck it. Bashbunni raid. Thank you guys all for the wonderful stream. This one was nuts. We were over like 600 to 700 viewers for a ton of it. A bunch of awesome clips, bunch of awesome content, ton of fun coming to YouTube soon. Thank you all again so much for stopping by. This was a great show. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the support. Thank you for everything. See you guys maybe Friday, probably next week, because you already got 2 streams this week, so don't get greedy with it. Thanks again, y'all. See you guys soon. Wait, is bashbunni rating me? What? No. God damn it. What? Fuck. No. Oh, that's very unfortunate timing. Okay. Thanks, bashbunni. I literally had the command typed. Does that mean I'm stuck here for another hour? Fuck it. I'm grabbing a beer. We're doing the MUI chat. Give me 1 sec. You did this to me. Cool. Anyways, stream just got extended. Hope nobody dipped just because that was over and now it's not over. But yeah, I didn't move fast enough. My bad. Yes, Bash raided me with 250 viewers that I was about to raid her with. So thank you for the raid, Bash. I owe you one, and you beat me to it. Thank you for that. I will be sure to raid you next time. Anyways, since we have twice the viewers here, let's chat quick. I'm Theo, software dev, worked at Twitch for half a decade. Now I run a company, ping.gg. We power a bunch of content collaborators, or a bunch of content creators doing collaborative streams. So if you've seen like Linus Tech Tips and the WAN Show, if you've seen Vishojo, Elgato, any of the content they're doing, even Primogen's collab streams where he brings guests on and such, all that's powered by Ping. Really proud of what we're building at ping.gg. Generally, I shitpost a lot about full stack code, type safety, web leaning, but all over the place. I have database people on all the time. I try to do interviews every Wednesday, and generally, we like shitposting here. So good to have y'all here. Probably a little more active on YouTube than I am on Twitch, but generally Twitter is the place where I shitpost the most. If you want to talk about TypeScript, type safety, and all the things that make software dev way more fun and easy for us, definitely check out what we've been working on here and stick around. We're fun. Oh, and one more thing. We have a Discord where we chat all about, how do I put it? All about all the things that we chat about here. If you want a fun place to hang out with more senior technical people and chat about anything, that's where we do it. You wanted to learn how to be a YouTuber. I just did quite the rant. I'm going to have this on YouTube ASAP. I think it's important to think about the viewer funnel. It's all about where the people are and how you get them to where you want them. So generally, the places with the most discovery are Twitter, TikTok, Instagram Reels, places like Hacker News, to an extent Reddit, platforms where you see a lot of different people in one session. And then platforms like YouTube, you have to have some familiarity from somewhere else, as well as clickable enough content for people to dive in on that. And it's that combination that makes you successful on YouTube. Judging by the 250 plus viewers that you rated me with, seems like you're doing a pretty good job down here, which is impressive because that's the hard part. You already have the people, you already have engaged viewers. And if you have engaged viewers on Twitch, that's probably because you have good content on Twitch. So from there, you can start breaking out the best pieces of that content, putting them on YouTube, seeing how they're doing, talking about it on Twitter, hearing from others what is and isn't working, and use that to change how you make content on Twitch such that you can more easily put it on YouTube and talk about it on Twitter. And you might start here, but you learn going up and you grow going down. And that opportunity is unique to people who use all of these platforms and engage with their strengths. And this is why I went from not existing to one of the bigger tech streamers, YouTubers, whatever the hell, in the past, 5 months? I tripled my YouTube subs in the last month alone. So it's working. Once you find the groove, things go really well. Also, your emotes are awesome. Rad. Dan, thanks so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. I know how it feels at the end of a stream to feel forced to stick in chat. So feel free to go peace, eat, whatever. Hit me up on Twitter if you want to chat. Super down to help out other creators, especially in the dev space. I'm pretty firmly of the belief that we are very, very far from saturating the software dev content space. Rather than us competing with each other, I think we're all fighting the same algorithms right now. And if we work together to make developer content more common, better produced, and more likely to be clicked and engaged with on other platforms, we all succeed more. I've been working a lot with Primogen, Rox, and a bunch of that crew to do that. Really awesome to have you here, Bash. Thank you so much for the raid and stopping by. Anyways, I was going to go offline, but I owe at least one more rant now that we were so generously rated. So I just realized I don't have my overlay on in this view, so the chat doesn't come up. I will fix that quick. Cool. So I said MEY. I'm curious what Bash was talking about in her last stream, so we can maybe do something along those lines instead in case the audience is interested in something else. Thank you, Limit, for the 10 subs. Super appreciated. For those that don't know, I have a sub-only Discord channel that lets you chat with me more directly off the cuff. I share a bunch of things I would never tweet or even talk about here. So make sure you join the Discord and take advantage of that sub-only channel. Really fun place for me to vent when I can't talk about things other places. I share a bunch of ping source code. If you ask me for my diagrams from Excalibur, I'll link them directly in there. Stuff like that. Really cool place to hang out. Lots of fun conversations in the Discord. So make sure you join if you haven't. Exclamation point, Discord, t3.gg/Discord. We have one other rant. Bash does not remember what the stream was about. So also thank you, Zemar, for the additional gift sub and Nemo for the Prime sub. Appreciate y'all immensely. And one more shout out to Limit, to Alejo earlier, and to all the awesome gifters who bought y'all access to the Discord. Am I down for questions? Sure, I'll take some questions. But Wesley gets first pick, though, because he's just gifted 15 more subs. Jesus Christ, y'all. You guys are insane. Thank you so much. Jesus. How many hype trains can we have in one stream? This is insanity. Thank you so much. Yeah, we also have the new tier 3 section, too. Don't know what we're going to use that for just yet, because I literally just made it. But, yeah. Anyways, I'll take some questions. Do I recommend Astro for a portfolio? Yeah. Yes. It's very good for that in particular. Mostly static, entirely static stuff. It is phenomenal. I genuinely really enjoy Astro for that in particular. It's what I used for the T3 site. So, yeah. My top YouTube and Twitch creators. Mark Robert is insane. He keeps leveling up the level of his content in really cool ways. The most recent like India Scam Center stuff he did was some of like the best produced YouTube content I've ever watched. He's killing it. For Twitch, I have to think on that. The Twitch meta has been changing a lot. I do really enjoy Primogen, genuinely. I think he's done a phenomenal job of bridging the gap between Twitch culture and dev culture, and I have a lot of respect for what he's been doing. OG Marek, thank you so much for the 5 additional gift subs. I know some people were saying that they are getting missed by all of these gifts, and looks like it did not hit them, sadly. But it's super kind of you to be gifting and giving all these people access to the Discord more directly. Appreciate it immensely. Thank you guys all so much. Is there a way to generate TypeScript types from a Python API? If not from Python, no, but from an open API Swagger doc that you defined from Python, sure. But you need something between Python and TypeScript to do that. And that thing's probably going to be like a GraphQL or a Swagger or open API like spec of some form. But you need an in-between for that. No comments on OCaml, no comments on PyScript, just not things I care about or am interested in. When interviewing a full stack developer, I don't interview people in technologies. That's the first thing. The only reason I interview people in technologies is if we're hiring for something I don't know about. Because if I already know about it, we can eat the cost of teaching them a bit and help them be more successful. Almost all the engineers we have hired had no experience in TypeScript, Next.js, TRPC, and all the things that we use, but they onboarded really fast regardless. B-Rank Day, thank you so much for the sub, or the 10 gifted subs. Intense. There's a bunch of names I know in this one, actually. Henry and Elcas both. I'm amazed that they hadn't been gifted before, but hype for them. Good shit. Thank you so much for the gift subs. Oh, some of them are even in here to thank them. Yeah, quick shout out to B-Rank, OG, and Wesley, and Zmar, and Limit, all for the insane number of gifts in the last 10 minutes, because that is nuts. We're quickly getting to 1,000 subs. It's weird how fast we're getting there. Y'all are nuts. I appreciate it immensely. Back to I want to keep talking about the interview question a bit, though, because this is important. I interview developers based on their interest on growing and improving and experience in the past and how much that's helped them grow and improve. It's do they have the right mindset to grow and grow fast? And how much growth have they done already? Once I've identified those things, it's pretty easy for me to make a decision. It has nothing to do with the tech that they've used almost ever. I used to wish this. I'm selfishly very happy that companies aren't like this because it makes my life as a startup that does it right way easier because I can convince, at this point, I don't think there's a lot of people who I would struggle to convince to work for us. If I really wanted to hire a specific person, I could convince them now. And a lot of that is because every other company fucking sucks. They do interviews wrong. They think about these problems wrong. They make you feel like shit through the whole process, and they don't really care about you as an employee. And those consistent, outright failures of big companies are things I go out of my way to take advantage of. Cool. Doing a new clickbait title. Any conferences or events? T3 Conf, whenever I figure out what that looks like. Coming in the future. Ping Conf as well, but need to hire or figure out all of those things. I will work for free. I appreciate it immensely, but I can't. Like, there isn't the things to be done. So much of hiring and management and running a company isn't having the manpower to get the things done. It's having the ability to split things up so that it all gets done. And having another person would mean I am spending way more time delegating work. The current team is very familiar with me, with us, and how we work. And we're at a point now where I can kind of do what I do here, which is shitpost about a thing I think is important and expect that in the next week or two it'll be done. I don't have to be super strict of, you do this, you do this, you do that, you help them with this, you help them with that. There are times where I need to do that a bit more, for sure. But generally, we are all moving in the same direction as a team. And to get somebody else on board, understanding of where we're going and how we get there, and then getting them to a point where they can do that largely themselves, using me as like a resource, that is incredibly challenging to do. I get this question a lot. Where'd the 3 in T3 come from? There's 3 letters after T in Theo. Also, we joke now it stands for TypeScript, TRPC, and Tailwind because those are the 3 things I'll never compromise on. But it stands for Theo. It's the Theo stack. I don't agree that it's mostly juniors being laid off right now. That if you have numbers to confirm that, I'd love to see them, but that feels very not true, both from like what I'm seeing and also how layoffs work. The point of layoffs is to save money. Juniors are the cheapest employees. They're not the ones you lay off. Specifically, the juniors who are performing very well, you never want to get rid of them if you can avoid it, because they're going to be underpaid until they quit or until you fire them. And then they realize they're senior and they go get the right salary. But the people you want to hire or that you want to fire are the people who are being paid the most that are doing the least. Everyone's getting hurt by the layoffs right now. It has, like Genius Sports is closing multiple offices and they're mostly senior. Yeah, I really don't think the layoffs are juniors getting kicked out. I think the layoffs suck, and I think hiring's about to get a lot worse. In fact, I know that. Hiring is getting a lot worse. But yeah, it's the layoffs aren't affecting juniors any more so than they're affecting anybody else. I'm sorry, Vault. That sucks. That sucks. The thing I hate about this in particular, you know what? Hot take. Twitch did this right. Twitch acquired Curse, which was both a modding platform for installing mods to World of Warcraft, Minecraft, and other stuff. And on the other side, Curse was trying to compete with Discord. Curse was like a Discord clone, as well as a modding client for games. And Twitch acquired them. It was a risky acquisition, and there wasn't a lot of sense behind it initially. But it slowly paid off, specifically because the Curse guys were much better client engineers than we had at Twitch. A lot of the Curse folk were deep on React, TypeScript, Electron real early. And when we acquired them at Twitch and told them, come work in our Ember.js code base, they said, what the fuck, no, and rewrote the core Twitch site. This was back 2017 to 2018. If y'all remember the Twitch beta back in 2017, 2018, that was Curse refusing to work in an Ember.js code base, instead rewriting it in React and TypeScript because they were so unwilling. And it was the right call. It made the Twitch code base much, much more workable. Annoyance-driven development, yes. This was some frustration-driven development, for sure. I remember, because I didn't know anything about React or TypeScript at the time, but I was so impressed with the energy for them. How do I put it? I was so impressed by the energy they had and the confidence that not only was this better, this was so much better that we're going to put in the work. And regardless, if you don't take this, that is your fault because this is so much better. And that mindset was so powerful to me that I got really involved with the team. Even before I was actually pretty anti front end overall at the time, but I still worked with them a bunch because I was so excited about the Twilight project and what they were doing to make Twitch faster and easier to work in, and ended up falling deep into React and TypeScript. It was super cool. Somebody asked about Amazon literally just acquiring Twitch for IVS. Not really. There's a lot of like, if Twitch fails, Twitch's tech brings Amazon value, which makes it a less risky acquisition. But there's a lot of reasons why Amazon acquired Twitch. It's not just IVS. IVS is like, if all else fails, we can sell the video infra, but you don't spend the billions of dollars Amazon has spent holding Twitch up to sell their okay video infra. Yeah, Vault, DM me. We'll figure this one out. Get the fuck out. Stay however long you have to get your like money from the acquisition, assuming you have stock that is part of this buyout. Phone it in hard. Do as little as possible, which will still be more than their engineers are expecting by the sound of it. And work on some fun stuff on the side and be ready to quit it the day that your stock money comes through and go get something else. Or just say fuck it and get the better job now. Whatever you prefer, get the fuck out. You're better than that. And you know that too. I'm just reminding you. Tonko asked about the Twitch competitor. I don't know how many of y'all read my blog, t3.gg/blog. And I'll share this in chat quick. I wrote an article about this. We launched Ping 1.0 last week, and I chatted a bunch about specifically Twitch cloning us, which fucking sucks because it's just disrespectful. I wanted to build this at Twitch. I wanted to make it easier for content creators to make great content and do it together. And Twitch didn't care. And then I quit and did it myself, and suddenly Twitch cares. Disgusting. Just, yeah, fuck them. I'm not concerned because not a single one of our current users would ever move to guest star in its current state, even where it could go. It is not a product that Twitch's users will benefit a lot from in its state. And more importantly, people who aren't on Twitch, like YouTube and other platforms, nope. Would I sell Ping back to Twitch? It's not back to, it's to initially. It's would I work for Twitch again? The only back for Twitch would be me going to them. Otherwise, that would be a fresh acquisition. I would have considered it before this, but this was too dirty a play. I am wholly disinterested in Twitch now. I was already 50-50 on it. Like, if you put a gun to my head and said, you have to close your Twitch channel or your YouTube channel, I would close the Twitch channel before you finish the sentence. Like, I love y'all. It's fantastic having you guys here. I love this community. Y'all are the best, but I'm here for y'all, not for Twitch. I couldn't give less a fuck about Twitch now. Beyond them not giving a fuck about me for 5 years. They play dirty. They don't care about creators. The only thing they give a single flying fuck about is looking good to Daddy Bezos. And I'm done with it. I'm not engaging with them anymore. I don't care. I genuinely don't. Twitch is going to spin around in circles, copy other people's products, not make anything viable, and have employees subtweeting me on Twitter about it. And I don't care. I genuinely don't give a shit. Twitch can go fuck themselves. They're going to continue doing such. If they can't listen to me when I'm there, they can feel free to copy me when I'm not, and they're not going to make a good product. It is what it is. There's a lot of Twitch wrenches, not only subtweeting me, but complaining about me in Slack. And I still see it. I still see you. It's one person in particular. She was on the last team I was on before I quit, and she really likes to talk shit. And I'm pretty sure she'll see this clip. Yeah, no. There's one particular person who very much enjoys shit talking me with that, thinking I don't see it. And yeah. Cheers, Jay. I'm not spilling any more tea than that. I've done all I need to do. The person who subtweeted Zach is not the person I'm talking about. This was a particular engineer who never did anything of value and doesn't have any public presence at all. So she's unrelated. The dumb product manager on Twitch or on like Twitter from that like show is just a dumb product manager. Don't bring them in. She knows not what she does. There's a lot of people who just fell for the trap that genuinely think Twitch is this great force of good and all of the Twitch community is this great force of evil and they're going to fight it and they're going to win. They just don't understand how any of the shit works. And that's whatever. Especially if they're down to sit down and have the conversation. But they're not. I don't want to blame Amazon too hard, to be clear. Amazon is not the reason Twitch is failing. Twitch is the reason Twitch is failing. Twitch's leadership... Yeah, Twitch's leadership's a shit show, and it sucks because they don't understand the users or what they need. I have streamed more today, and I've been on Twitch more today than the CEO of Twitch has in the last 8 years. They don't use Twitch. The company is not interested in the platform and how it works. They're interested in technical experiments and all sorts of other chaos. They don't care about creators or what they're doing on Twitch, and it sucks because I really wanted them to. Because I cared a lot. That's why I was there. Fun. Actually, I'll tell one story about the dog fooding. One time in my entire history at Twitch, one time I had a manager that was a streamer. He would stream 3 times a week, and it was really cool. He overall means well. I don't want to call him out too hard. This isn't a call out of this particular manager so much as the culture of Twitch. That manager was my manager when I was on the Twitch studio team. For those that don't know, Twitch Studio is Twitch's competition for OBS. The little like menu buttons there, the ability to drag and drop everything and customize it, I did all that work. I was really excited to be on this team because I wanted to take the stuff I built for ModView and that I learned building better user experiences on Twitch. I wanted to bring that to creators in their software by making something better than OBS. And I learned 2 things. First one was Twitch doesn't know what the creators need. But the second one was, and this one's very important because it was like huge for me long term, don't compete with OBS. It's not worth it. The signal that made that really clear was, to go back to this, my manager on the Twitch studio team would stream 3 times a week using OBS. The manager of the studio team did not use Twitch Studio until I harassed him enough that he felt bad and started. Twitch does not... Twitch inversely dog foods their shit. Like, they avoid their own things. They don't touch the things they build. They don't care. It sucks. It genuinely sucks. I didn't stream when I worked at Twitch. Whenever I tried, I'd get like lightly pressured about it. Like, why aren't you working on this ticket? Yo, you're streaming, huh? So I streamed like 2 or 3 times when I was working there, felt awkward enough about it, and stopped. I stream way more now that I'm not at Twitch anymore. Yeah. Yeah, OBS is offering competent software, and Studio wasn't. He had no reason to not be using Studio at the time. He just didn't like it. It's like, okay, then use it, complain about it so we can fix it so you can like it. And he does. I don't know if he still uses Twitch Studio, but he did. So, yeah. They can't buy OBS. It's an open source project. It doesn't work that way. They do contribute pretty heavily to OBS, financially in particular. Twitch does give OBS money. I hope to give them more. It's one of my goals with Ping, to get to a point where we're successful enough that I can justify paying OBS more than Twitch does. Sorry, Trash. I was ending. I was about to raid bashbunni, and then she raided me. So I couldn't stop. MongoDB isn't horrendous so much as it's horrendous at a lot of the things people use it for. Mongo is a good way to store a specific statically shaped document in a thing and then get it later. It is not a way to define data that represents an application. It doesn't have relations. It doesn't have like cascades. It doesn't have meaningful ways to shape data and have it interact. Mongo solves very specific problems, and I've almost never seen people using it for that. What should you use it for? A really minimal, like, basically anything you would use a CSV for, I would use Mongo for. Thank you, Silvio, for the sub. Really appreciate that. I don't care enough about DynamoDB. It's fine. I had some friends that actually worked on it when I was an Amazon intern, but yeah, I don't care. App state depends on what you mean by app state. Probably do it on the client. Jesus Christ, we're about to hit the 5-hour mark. I have been on longer than I intended to be. Thank you again, Bunny, for the raid. Thank you, everybody who subscribed. This is an intense show. I had a lot of fun on this one. We should definitely figure out who we're rating now. There's 71 viewers. Insane. What is what I haven't rated before? Big Tech Guy, thank you for the sub. Really appreciate that. Let's find somebody new. So whoever we raid, we're putting them at the top of the category. So we got to be picky with it. Who, if we're doing software at least, I could do something else. Yeah, it looks like we're doing software. Yeah, let's pick somebody in software. I hate that I can't close that without scrolling now. I did not mean to hit that tag. Not a bad tag, just not what I meant to click. There's a few people I haven't seen before. Let's set up user login and auth. I'm curious enough. Oh, wait. Coding next project. Oh, he's Italian. Fuck. That would have been really good. Sad. Mayan Wolf is good. Okay, we'll send you to Wolf. Let me make sure I am following her first.
Their best practice, but
Mute for now. Well, thank you all, as always, for the wonderful show and for keeping me stuck here for way longer than I intended. No complaints about me not streaming as much. Here we go. See y'all guys soon. Fantastic show. Peace. Keep waiting for that number to get a tiny bit bigger. Ready to kill the YouTube as well. Cool. We're going off. Peace out.
required, but yeah.
Also, goodbye YouTube. Takes a little longer
Tired
for me to
of
kick things off here, but peace, y'all. Thanks again for the awesome